transmission. Network connection confirmed. Attention. Stream starting. Notification. Modulation level accepted. Mode set. Start message transmitted. Diagnostics checking. Visual calibration sequence complete. Main checks complete. Diagnostic successful. Main startup complete. We must summon forth the Meisaka from the depths. Perhaps the depths will summon forth faster. Alien. Fox is not alien. I may be a little bit unusual, but alien is not one of those features of mine. No, truly, we are the Meisaka AI. Next generation lazy, fluffy intelligence or some I don't know. One of these sort of things. Welcome, welcome to Control O and Outrix. I will admit, given the fact that I'm like starting up a stream, like, I don't know, with it as late of a start time as it is, relative to how I've been starting them before, I don't know what to expect. I can't possibly expect very much of anything at all. Hello and welcome to Kiram underscore underscore. Underscore is optional. Maybe, maybe. I guess I'm in sort of like a swaying kind of mood today. All I need is like, I don't know, Fukureta. And then my swaying would be complete. Truly, truly. We are still kind of going through startup sequence a little bit. Yeah. I was a bit tired today. As with many days. Tired. And then I'm like, well, even if I am tired, it's been a while. It's time to stream again, I think. This is the way of it. Very much. Also, welcome to Hidoto. Hope you're doing good today. Yeah. 2,000 years. Has it really been that long already? My, how time flies. I tend to forget these things. Just another, like, I don't know. What's a few thousand years? Casual stroll through the what's it called? I gotta go back to swaying again. Yeah. Swaying. This will help me think, right? Imagine going through a stroll, going for a stroll through a park for 2,000 years. And it turns out that this park is actually like, I don't know, a planet. Just gotta walk around it a few times, visit all of the continents, all the biomes on all of the continents. I'm sure it won't take that long. No guarantees, though. System colony ship. Jump. Bognogus. I have not watched Bognogus for a while. Would you believe that I actually, like, watched this channel before? Where's my, like, audio thing here? Audio thingy. Let's go. Title. Screen. Maybe this one for a second. Do work. Maybe. What too much setup I need for this? Not the capital class signature. Could you imagine if, like, I did a voice pack for, like, Elite Dangerous? That would be something else. That would be something else. Yeah, I bet you didn't know that the Meisaka. That I used to play some, like, Elite Dangerous. Or maybe you did. I don't know. I don't know if I've ever streamed it or not. But I have played it before. Kind of. And, like, I watched some of the streamers in that space. There's some lore that you probably didn't expect to find. Maybe. Good news, the chibi works still. I guess we're kind of, yeah. Yep, that's a thing that functions. There we are. This is very E. Yes, we're back. The original Elite. Well, I mean, technically, the original Elite was developed for a ZX Spectrum, so a C64 would definitely be considered a port. But still, I know what you mean. But yeah. the sequel to it, the ultra modern sequel to it, Elite Dangerous. I played some of that. Thought about me earlier. Oh, how sweet. Don't worry, the Chibi Meisaka will not take your soul today. You shall be spared. As for where I've been, yeah. Yeah. So there's this game that I like have had my eye on for kind of a long time called Mecha Break. It's like it's sort of like a hero shooter, but like instead of heroes you have like mecha. And you can and there's like PvP team combat stuff. Also, hello again to 10x programmer Christopher, Nuke Bird, Orlin the Mage, Machiavellian Ally. Gotta say it right. Egoist. I see you dropping stuff while I'm offline. I know you're there. Ohio JG. Magumog. I don't know if I missed anyone else. Maybe. Hopefully I didn't. So, yeah, I kind of like dropped way too many hours into playing a mecha combat game. Mecha multiplayer combat game over the last 3 days or something. I don't even know. And then I'm like, I seriously need a break from this. I haven't done my stream for a while. We haven't programmed anything. I've gone a little bit crazy. Stuck in the wall. Plop. Oh, that still gets me every time. I don't even... The plop at the end is really good. I still think you slightly cray-cray for dropping all the bits. Oh my god. At this rate, we're gonna have to make like a giant laser or something. It just goes whoosh at the end of it. Feel like we're firing the laser. Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. What are we talking about anymore? Something or other. I'm like, why does my leg hurt? Oh. Oh. I should do something about it. How did that get there? When did that get there? Free subs? Everyone loves free subs. Especially when they're free to them. But everyone knows that the free subs are not free. The free subs are They come at a cost. A ZX81. Perfect wedge shape for a doorstop. I don't know. I thought it was the Spectrum. I could be mistaken, though. Oh my god, my event log is crazy. Why my crazy event log be crazy? There's you got hit. Wait, why are we sideways? I need to probably get around to writing a replacement for the like avatar rendering stuff, probably sooner rather than later. It's so annoying when it like ends up off axis like this. As always, thank you for the absolutely ridiculous number of subs gifted to everyone. If you got one, please enjoy. A brake striker? Do you not know what a brake striker is? How do you not know what a brake striker is? Wait, no, maybe. Not everyone would know this. Clearly not. Let's grab window here. Grab window here. Switch sceneries. Brake striker? They're like robots. And the pilots that go along with them. Everyone needs robots, right? Right? Everyone needs some robots. Giant robots. Characters, anime themed stuff. This sort of nature. Big flying robot with junk and gun and accessories and like amazing paint schemes. These are just like a showcase. Gotta look through the showcase. This one is... That one's not supposed to be tiny. Give me the full scale. No, that's a paint scheme. Yeah. It's kind of an interesting game. I like it. It's fun. But also like it's kind of crazy also. But yeah, I've never played like a whole lot of mecha games. Like I've played some obscure ones that you've probably never heard of. Armored Core was not one of them. But like this was Something that I don't remember how I came across. Maybe someone suggested it to me. Probably. Knowing that I am very unlikely to remember anything. I sort of found out about Armored Core kind of after playing the Mecha Break game, though, and I might have to, like, try playing Armored Core at some point because it sounds like something that I would play. And what little I've seen of it, it also looks like something I would play. The Meisaka core. The only thing the Meisaka core does is core dump. And we don't want that. Also, welcome to Myriad Minds and Armchair Diamond. I don't think we said hello yet. I try. I've been trying today, I guess. The early games with emulator. Alas. Alas. Nothing lasts forever, but surely something will come of it. But my name is neither Alice nor Shirley. So that way, we will never be certain. This is my new joke. Joke of the year. I don't know how I came up with this joke, but it's something that I came up with earlier in the year. And I've just been like, yep, this is a silly coincidence. Clearly. One thought of mine was that, I don't know, we might do Mecha Break streams at some point, but like, it only runs on Windows because it has some sort of like anti-cheat thing. And the computer here, the one that I normally like get the capture of, this thing runs Linux and it runs half of the stream, so like we can't really shut it off without some very significant compromise. I don't know if we want to go with compromise or not. I'd be like, maybe. Maybe. The other option would be to, like, get another computer, which I've been sort of thinking about recently, after I've taken care of a few other odds and ends. Get another computer, put all my data's inside of it. This has kind of been a thing that I've been, like, way too slowly planning. Very extremely slowly planning. Might have to pick up the pace on that project a little bit, I would think. Maybe? Definitely, almost? Almost definitely? So where am I going in here? System system. System. The LSP attach. I think we're going to go back to this project. This is a thing that we were working on during the last stream. It was kind of... We didn't really reach a very nice conclusion. Like, I kind of ended the stream on a bit of a cliffhanger. A very significant cliffhanger, especially considering that, like, this was the last thing I did before I disappeared for, like, multiple days. Yeah. I was making, like, Wayland stuff. Like, ultra low level. Like, writing my IPC functions myself. Writing the wrapper for it myself. Writing the like... I don't know. The protocols. We were writing a thing to do the protocols. But one of my protocols was not protocoling. And I was like, why is it not protocoling? So we got this function here called send FD, send the file descriptor. You only know, one would only know what is lost when it's gone. This is truth. Kind of truth. Now this is sort of kind of the truth of the matter. We do try to take breaks though. And at the same token, we don't make the breaks too long. I'm gonna move the spoon over here. Got some coffee. Needed coffee. Today was not gonna happen without coffee. So this function is supposed to take, like, protocol message, like, put the final length into the packet, and then it's supposed to, like, use the rest of the, like, buffer to set up one of these, like, control structures for actually sending the file descriptor. And the reason it wasn't working last time is because, like, we moved this, like, pointer here, the start of the packet, to stick the length in it. And then we write the, like, control structure at the pointer. And the problem was I wasn't moving the pointer back to the end of the packet. So I was overwriting the contents of the packet with, like, the file descriptor data instead of, like, you know, the actual thing that we're trying to send. So, yeah. If you're gonna move the pointer and then use the pointer later, remember to put it back. So since we did this, or since I added this one line, it works. It sends file descriptors, and I can continue with my little journey from last time. And I found this out, like, I don't know, maybe like 4 or 5 hours after the stream ended. Like, I took a nap or something. I woke up from my nap and I was like, I know what it is. Because that's just how it goes. Don't program tired. It won't end well. Or maybe it will end well, I don't know. But you'll be struggling if you attempt it. Lessons learned. Don't do that. I want another window. We want a terminal. Sometimes that brain needs energy. Brain implosion energy. Nothing to do. And then if we run this, segmentation fault. Oh yeah, I forgot that I like... let's see, where was it? The Wayland init. I don't remember it was this or what. Wayland init. I remember doing something to this. No references found. Yeah, oh, yeah, right, yeah, I turned it off because I was experimenting with, like... Heard brain implosion? Everyone needs brain implosion. Energy with 10,000 grams of pure caffeine. As some of these, like, messages here kind of alluded to, I was researching how to do some of the Vulkan stuff on Linux. So I might get into that. We might not. Depends. But for now, I want to turn back to Wayland. So we'll do build and run kind of thing here. So yeah, this starts up now. 3 important advice when learning to code the Java. What would it be? What would it be if learning the Java? Don't want to learn Java? I mean, it's sort of a meme that not a lot of people want to learn Java. If you want some, like, advice to, like, not dislike learning Java, then I would say like find something kind of fun to like build in Java. Like consider the fact that like Minecraft exists. The original one was written in Java using a library called like the LWJGL, the lightweight Java GL thing. Which I used before to like try and write something. Not the Minecraft. I might have to make this like 3D engine into a Minecraft clone at some point. The game. Which game? Where is the game? The Minecraft? I think that like with Java, the one thing that I would probably say is like don't get hung up on how the tools work. There's a lot of like tooling and like IDEs around Java. But Java is kind of like any other kind of programming language in a way. Let's... Window. I don't have window to... Make me a new window. So like... You can just like... You can use literally any text editor you want. And then you can call like Java C to like build your programs. I mean, hell, if you wanted to, you could write Java files in Notepad or something. I don't know why you would do this to yourself, but you could. So, like, use whichever, like, text editor you are comfortable with. You don't need to use the fancy IDEs. It's very easy to, like, build and run Java. Java is not, like, an exe kind of thing. Like, you can sort of turn Java into an exe, but, like, everyone is, like... That's not really how you're supposed to ship it. Java is, like, a series of class files. And, like... You know, we could just, like... I don't know, we could make a Java real quick. This is a tangent, but, like... It's a very simple one. So you open up your favorite text editor, be it Vim, Emacs, Sublime, VS Code, I don't know, IntelliJ, Eclipse if you're crazy like that. And then you make a class file. Just be like Java. How did this silly language go? Public static void main. Sure. That's all you really need, right? You don't need to put anything in there. And then you'd be like, Java C, hello? And then that gives you hello.class. And then you can be like, Java. Hello, class. Or hello? Oh, we need the string. String args. I don't think you can run the Java file directly. You have to build them. You have to build the class. I'd be surprised if you could run the hello.java directly. I guess maybe you can. Of course, it doesn't do anything because, like, I literally made an empty program. So things like Maven and Ant, these are like programs that are like designed to automate the process of turning the Java files into class files and then sticking them inside of a jar. It's just build automation. Like, most people would not want to run Java C to get this class file, and then you wouldn't want to like copy all the files into like some directory structure. They're literally, they are make files. Ant is literally just like a make system. It's an Ant specifically is like an XML flavored make file. I haven't used Maven much, but it does the same kind of thing. It's just a makefile language. I mean, hell, I was forced to use Ant to do something that was not Java related once. Which let me tell you is not what I would have done. You can do anything with it. That doesn't mean you should. The thing about Ant is that it's kind of like extensible. I only know this because that's the one I've used. And there's a lot of built-ins that are specific to Java. But yeah, that's kind of sort of what I have to say about that. A little bit. Don't get stuck up on the tools. Maven for dependencies. I mean, you could, if you kind of like want to suffer, you could make Ant do your dependencies for you, but like, I wouldn't recommend it. I used Ant. You used the Ant to create the MADP Java archives for the Nokia phones. That's pretty crazy wild. I was actually trying to develop for Nokia phones once. But I was building, I think they were like sort of native applications, so I was like cross-compiling with some development tool to like these ARM binaries that would run on the phone. I don't know if I ever got very far with that project. I got kind of caught up in trying to figure out the like UI library or something. So I don't ever think I finished that. Such is the nature of Meisaka projects, I guess. What was that thing called? Symbian OS, I think, was the one that I was targeting. Oh, yeah, yeah. That's a bit of a throwback, if you remember that. The phone API was fun to mess with, though. I built this thing and started playing with, like, the notification light. And I'm like, light go blinky blink. Why don't modern phones have notification lights on them? Who thought it was a good idea to get rid of the notification light on cell phones? That is like the most useful feature ever, and I can't believe we don't have this. The majority of phones nowadays are like, they're black or silvery metal colored candy bars without a notification light. Some phones will like sort of pretend to have a notification light by like using the flash thing. And I'm like, the camera flash is not a good substitute for the notification light. The notification light has to be on the front of the device where I can see it. And it should be in color. We need the bring back the RGB notification light. What is wrong with phone manufacturers? Oh yeah, yeah. The Palm Pilot OS was nice. I don't remember if I used that or not. I didn't really have a Palm device ever. I think I used like, I don't know, the closest thing I used was like an Apple Newton or something like this, but I never developed for it. A slider for muting and the vibration. I mean, some phones still have physical switches. Does my phone have a switch? I don't even remember. Well, this one doesn't. What about you? Do you have a switch on you? My Apple phone has a slide switch. My Android does not. Again, proving what is wrong with the Apple, or no, what is wrong with the Android phone manufacturers? Give me back my switches, give me back my notification lights. Yeah. Ad break, please. I don't care. I don't use my phone very much. Probably because they don't have notification lights on them. Maybe I would use my phones more if the apps didn't suck and I had my notification light. Like, I try to set, like, different sounds for different notifications. But half the time I can't even hear them. So that and the settings for that doesn't even work too well either. Why do phones suck so much nowadays? Like, wait, how do we get here? Root the phone without nulling the warranty. I think the only thing that happens if you root the phone would probably be that you are ineligible for over-the-air updates. I think that rooting your phone is like, I don't know. I feel like this should be slightly normalized. You should not have to root your phone to get a good experience. You should probably not try to get phones that need to be rooted to get a good experience. Like, I realize that there aren't always options, but like, yeah. Also, I think a lot of the pre-installed apps are a part of the cost amortization. Like, in order to keep the phones inexpensive, they literally, like, put the apps in there to reduce the cost of the phone to the end user. Like, I think this is partially the whole existence behind it. It's purely economics driven. This song just like really quiet, yeah. Like, I can't hear it. I think on my S5, I rooted that thing kind of early on. And that was kind of fun because then I could like put a terminal and then like run root commands on like the underlying Linux operating system. Because fun fact, Android is a highly specialized flavor of Linux. How not to echo the voice on the Bluetooth headphones? Well, I mean, your first mistake was using Bluetooth headphones. And your second mistake was using a cell phone and expecting like a good like audio experience. Because as far as I know, anytime I've used like a headphone system, I don't even know. Also, welcome back to the cool coding cat. Superior 6969. Welcome. I don't think we said proper hello to Brain Stack Overflow earlier when you dropped in. Let's do. The spelling there. What was the spelling for this? Is it in here? This is a phrase. There's an anime called what's it called? Oh, I have to turn off my. What's it called? Yeah, we did that. Steins Gate. Yeah, this was the show. And in the show, there's a character named Mayuri, and she says, "Tuturu." Good show. Can highly recommend. Laptop, though. If it's a laptop, and probably would be Windows, I would random guess, or Mac OS. I don't know. But there's usually like a setting. It's Linux? Oh my god, I don't know then. If it's Linux, there could be like some sort of like, I don't know, maybe on any operating system. There could be like a loopback type setting for listening to your voice. And I have no idea. In OBS Studio, this exists as what's called audio monitoring. If you have this, it would be in like the advanced audio properties of like the individual audio sources. Like this is a thing. Gotta be very specific about this. I don't know if it would be on by default though. I had to turn that stuff on. Oh, very much. Well, the Windows, I don't know. The Windows tries to like hide a lot of settings. I don't even know what's going on with Windows anymore. I am just so done with Windows. I am so sick of Windows. They keep making the worst, like, UX decisions. I literally only have, like, some Windows system around still just to play games. And I want to do away with it if possible. This is the answer? Yes, this is in fact the answer. All the operating systems suck. Just in different ways. I'm not even going to argue this, because it's kind of true. If it's not one thing, it's another thing. It depends on what kind of experience you're going for. The Linus has put the foot down about the drama. I will probably have to, like, I don't know. I will probably hear about this from all of my, like, Linux news sources or something. Probably. I've been so disconnected the past few days. Yeah. Actually, insert OS here. Has no downfalls in the best. She has all the features and is the fastest thing ever. The rust will be in the kernel. If you add a microphone as a source, choose a certain option. I mean, the only options there with microphone sources are like, you pick your input source and then like in the OBS audio mixer, there's like a little gear icon, and if you click this, it should be like advanced audio properties. And then in the advanced audio properties, there's this thing called audio monitoring. So like if that sort of thing is like set, then like maybe it would play back. There might also be a thing in the main settings page. But like I don't remember that being on by default. Like at all. I'm not quite matter of at all. Oh, yeah. I would probably like to see more like rust in the kernel though. I think this would be beneficial. I'd like to put more rust in some of my projects, to be honest. The Linux with FreeBSD software. We had this. It was called Slackware. It still exists. Some people like it, some people don't. I used to use it for a while. Like, it's not a one-to-one kind of thing, but like it had like System 5 in it. I don't know if they changed away from System 5 in it or not. But it definitely sort of had like a BSD feel to it almost. Almost. While still being kind of Linuxy in a way. There might be something more FreeBSD-like. But if there is, I don't remember what it was. And I certainly haven't used it. But I remember Slackware kind of being like this. Rust does not feel ergonomic, because it's really nice. It's really not nice in that capacity. Like, I kind of wish that Rust had a little bit more, like, language ergonomics. Like, there's a lot you can do with macros, and the macros can sort of get around some of these, like, ergonomic issues, but, like, I feel like some of this stuff should just be built into the language. Why is it not? Why is it not? Every program has the ads. Why does all the programs have the ads? Oh, yeah. You know, personally, like, I kind of wanted to make my programming language. I kind of wanted to try experimenting with borrow checker type features. I need to get back to that at some point. I don't know if I ever will. Like, at all. Or listening to your own stream while talking, and then there's a delay. If you're listening to your own stream, then your voice would be part of the stream. I would think. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm going to be very kind of specific here about how it sort of maybe works. Do I have water? I think there's enough water in here. Yeah. Also, welcome to Huta 2H. Greetings to Comrade Soul. Why do I always use greetings with Comrade Soul? I don't know. This is what we do. Turn on monitoring for the music. Not for the voice. Mute the stream so you can hear the music. Without hearing the voice, this is usually kind of wise. Honestly, not far off of how, like, I actually set up my stuff. The one key difference here, though, is that I want my voice monitoring back to me. So, like, I actually do audio monitoring like in separate software. Because OBS has this weird bug, and I don't know if it exists on all platforms, but like when I would use the audio monitoring in OBS, all of the audio streams, all the audio inputs, if you listen to them through the monitoring, they go out of sync. So I had to use like separate software that would like do the voice monitoring for me with like low latency. Because you really, really, really need low latency if you're listening to yourself. If you want that sort of thing. If you don't want that sort of thing, then different story. But I did. I wanted to hear my voice. But we also want to hear the other sounds. So, like, all of my audio goes through OBS. It's not that I wanted to hear it echo, it's that I want to hear it in, like, real time without any delays. So it sounds like I'm not muffled, because then, I don't know, it's very difficult to talk properly. But I'm talking like no delay whatsoever. The real time, you have to use like like if you tried it through OBS and it gave you a delay, I would recommend using like turning that off in OBS and then using some kind of like OS level setting or like OS level mixer. Or even better, a hardware level mixer. OBS is kind of like there's a bug or something. I don't know if this exists in Linux or recent versions of OBS. I have not tried, but like it doesn't work for me. I had to use some like a different mixer software just to get like the voice without delays. Yeah. Hello and welcome again to Azrael IO. Did I drink enough water? Will we drink enough water or not? But for stuff that's not my voice, I like set all of the audio to go into OBS, and then I set OBS to like enable audio monitoring on each input. So there's like a monitoring for like my music. There's one for like my 2 desktops. There's one for some other thing. I don't even remember what I have in there. There's a lot of like inputs though. And I have monitoring turned on for a bunch of them. But my voice is not one of those things. And then there are some inputs that I have set to monitor only, but not send to the stream. Because this is a useful function. Delay, delay, you want to minimize delay. This is kind of the objective. Very important objective. Very truly objective. Oh, yeah. Go back in here. I don't remember where I was with this project. Exactly. I sort of want to do this in the background if I'm going to be yapping about stuff. Do you need to? I mean, if you can hear, fine without, like, headphones. Or if you can hear it without it being monitored, I would say, like, figure out what is a good, like, audio mixing level, and then if you don't want to hear it, you can turn it off. It is totally optional. It is totally up to you whether or not you want this feature. Like I said, I turned this on because, like, I can't hear myself otherwise. I don't know if I'm, like, in the right kind of volume range. I'm pedantic about audio levels. I want my stream to sort of sound good. This is kind of like a thing that I find important. This doesn't mean that, like, it's for everyone, though. I know some people like this, some people don't. It's a preference thing. But, like, it's something that I've kind of always done. It's something that I've, like, had to deal with. Mainly because, like, my headphones, they cancel out sound really, really well. So, like, if I don't have the microphone, like, monitoring my own voice, I can't hear myself. It sounds like muffled resonance, and I'm not about that. We are not about the muffled resonance nonsense. C++ always looks kind of messy. I mean, I don't know. This is sort of true. Doesn't help that I have, like, the, like, type inlining on. That doesn't help much. Turning that on and off. What they call that, the inlay hints. Of language server inlay hints. I don't know, it's like, sometimes I want those and sometimes I don't. But yeah, like, C++ can get really messy. I won't argue this fact. I like the initializers for structures. Kind of. They're a little bit more, I don't know, I kind of wish Rust did it this way, to be honest. These are in C. These were originally, like, originally this was like an extension to C, and then they put it into, like, standard C. And for a long time, C++ didn't have these. Would you believe that C had this feature with structure initialization? And C++ was like, nope, you need to like add it. You have to enable this extension flag if you want to use this. I mean, this looks pretty C-like because we're interacting with a bunch of like, I'm interacting with a bunch of C APIs right now. We have a bunch of like Linux C APIs. But like, we have auto. I don't know if C has auto or not. There is like a namespace specification up here. Like, it's not totally C. And there are like strings. Like, there's a mixture. So it looks kind of like C, but it's C++. There's a mixture, but even then, at some point, it's like there's not much of a difference. The modules. Does anyone use the modules? I don't know. I don't. I tried this once, and I'm like, this is just like recompiled headers all over again, but different. I don't know if this is worth it for me. I was like, nope, we're not doing that. Not doing that for my project. Not worth. I'm sure like some bigger projects maybe use it to like speed up build times, but like I don't know what the C++ standard is doing. This is definitely not something you can do in C. Not without it looking weird anyway. You could do this with macros, maybe. Or just with, like, function names. Oh, yeah. C++ is just... I don't know. Kind of makes me question what they're doing with the language. Sometimes. I don't even think there's... I don't know if there's redemption for C++. There's just... You can't do... You can't just keep adding stuff and expecting it to, like, improve. At some point, you have to be like, enough is kind of enough. We have to deprecate certain things, but, like... Deprecation is hard. And if you don't deprecate things, then, like... You just get a mess. And they don't deprecate things. C++ is a mess. Which is how we ended up with, like... I don't even know how many different ways of doing, like, initializers. Why are there so many ways of doing initialization? Why is this so... E? Ignore all the features. Treat it like C. I tried this before. And I'm like, this is not far off from what I actually kind of like doing. This is just like more strict C almost. But not quite. But at that point, I might be like, well, if we're gonna go that far, why don't we just like go full evil mode and just do everything in like unsafe Rust? all the benefits of C and C++ with all the incompatibility of the Rust ecosystem. I don't know. It may just be tired ramblings at this point. No standard, unsafe. Oh, yeah. Podcast suck mode. You know, I kind of wanted to do podcasts for a long time. This is originally something that I wanted to get into, but was like never really able to. Because way back whenever I had this thought, I was like, I was gonna watch Meisaka. I don't have enough to yap about. Oh, how the turns have been tabled. Oh, how the turns have been tabled, or some such. What was I doing? Initializer? We were... Receive? Why is this in receive? Bleep, bloop, count, rain, bleep, blop. Oh look, it's Azrael.io again. Congratulations on your acquisition of double the Meisaka raid tab things. One of these same such. Welcome in to the Yuki VT raid. The Yuk, how is the Yuk today? How are all of you doing? As always, I am this very extra sleepy Meisaka. The unusual... You? Me? Maybe. I would hope that the unusual high energy is a good thing. Maybe, probably. Stole my energy. I needed my energy. Actually, never mind. You can keep it. I want love some good quality energy. Right. Yes, to everyone joining me, welcome. Welcome to the Meisaka stream. We're yapping about software. C++ shenanigans. I am yapping about C++ stuff. Can we do... What do we need? We need the shout out for Yuki. This is a must, absolutely. If you are not following the Yuki, and you came from Yuki for some reason, you should give Yuki the follow. This is like a must. Absolutely. Can highly recommend. We must go back to the C89. This would be quite the task indeed. If you are joining me from the raid, yeah, we were talking about C++ language standards, C++ language things, and how messy the C++ was. How the stream go. The OPL sound chip was cleanly initialized, deinitialized, random sounds to play on the channels. Were you working with like the physical OPL chip or like an OPL emulation? Because I know I think I saw you using some physical chips at one point. The DOSBox OPL emulation. Testing it with like the actual chips, I think would be fun. For real. I don't know. I've never worked with like the synthesizer chips because like I've never had systems that feature them, but like I've heard sounds made with like trackers and stuff that play back using these chips, and I'm like, they have such a nice synthesizer sound to them. There's a fork that can control the real chips. That sounds pretty fun. That sounds very fun indeed. This is a pretty epic project in the brewings. Sometimes I wish I could get into that, but like, I don't know. Every time I've tried to sit down to like make sound or make music into sound, I don't know. I'm not very good at this. So I'm always impressed when like I hear Yuki's music, because I'm like, I don't know if I could ever pull this off or not. The few times I've made music of my own, it was like after, I don't know, hours of tinkering when I've like randomly been inspired. So it's pretty rare. But yeah, Yuki makes some awesome music. You should check her out sometime. And if you haven't heard it, you should go find it. It's good stuff. Like, for real. What are we up to? Well, kind of like I alluded to earlier. I was yapping about C and C++ standards and stuff because, like, we're looking at this code, which is one of my C++ projects. So, ostensibly what we were doing is, like, writing, like, low-level IPC to, like, you know how you can put windows on the screen in various, like, operating systems? Well, there's like a low-level API for doing this on Linux for the different like desktops. So the desktop standard I have here is called Wayland. And like to make like a window and display a window on the screen using Wayland, there is usually like a library that you can use that like abstracts away all this stuff for you very nicely. But in my infinite wisdom, I'm like, I want to go a level lower. I want to understand how this actually works. So I decided to look up like the low-level API functions and try to implement them myself. So to do this, you have to like create buffers, and then you can like send like messages over like It's like a socket. So if you like, so it's like network programming almost, but like it's local to the system. You can like it's called inter-process communication. So I don't know. This is a very long, rambling way of saying that like I'm putting data into like these memory buffers, and I'm calling this API kind of directly, and then we're gonna maybe put a window on the screen. This is kind of like my objective. The sway. Did the sway annoy me to the point of making my own window manager? I would say maybe, and also maybe not. Like, to be perfectly honest, I do want to make my own compositor window manager for Wayland, and I want to actually use this engine to do it, including um, like doing all the like low-level rendering stuff. I was planning on doing the rendering with what's called like um, so Vulkan has this thing called direct display presentation. I was going to use the Vulkan API with like this direct display presentation thing. And I was going to use this to like display stuff on the screen without a window manager or a compositor, so I could potentially make my own. See how this is done. Meisaka. I don't know, that might be a bit of a way off. A way off. Oh my god, my jokes are not that good. Sometimes that one was very eh. A simple artillery game for X11. With network server. You lost some old server updates. You lost it? That would be kind of sad. Don't let it weigh on you. Oh no. Oh, yeah. Got paid for it? It's more than I can say about any of my software. I've never gotten paid for my software. I don't know if that's entirely true, but like I've never gotten paid as a direct result of writing some specific software and then selling it as a product. Let's maybe put it in that very extremely specific way. Well, like once upon a time I used to work at a company and I got paid for the hours that I spent working at the company developing various softwares for the company, but I didn't get paid for the actual software itself. Is this being pedantic? Yes. Is this how it works anyway? And how I'm gonna be pedantic about it? Also, yes. I don't work there anymore. I haven't for years. Yeah. I don't know if I could go back to doing that kind of thing. I still have to use X11 for certain things. Go figure. Because Sway and all the other Wayland compositors, they just, I don't know, they have some failings. And I don't know why. I feel like it's related to like the underlying, some underlying library. And I don't know why it's that way. Why is it like that? I don't know. Should not be this way. There's an X11 reference paperback. Thousands of pages. Easy to understand. I remember reference books. I don't know if I have any or not. At least not for anything of, like, relevance. I know I've had some kind of large books before for different things. Yeah, I think the one that I actually kind of remember the most, and one that I've kind of talked about a few different times, was that there was like this absolutely enormous, like 6,000 page book about locksmithing. And I picked this thing up one day because I saw it sitting around and I'm like, I'm gonna read this. I just sat there for hours and hours flipping through the pages of this thing. And I learned way too much from reading this random book about locksmithing, about the inner workings of lock equipment, than anyone probably ever needs to know about. For instance, you're supposed to lubricate locks using dry lubricant, aka graphite powder. You put like liquid lubricants into locks, then you'll like gum up the existing lubricant, which is usually graphite. And then that will like jam the lock in different ways, potentially. Hello and welcome to Trade Splatter. I also learned about the like evil art of like master keying locks and how it actually makes the lock slightly more vulnerable to picking. So don't overkey your locks or else. Yeah. There's also a ridiculous number of kinds of locks out there. Like, what even? Lots of different keyways, lots of different mitigations. Okay, that's not a... I don't know if that's a topic I want to get dumped into too much. I tried picking a lock once. I don't think I had a proper, like, tension bar, so I wasn't very successful at it. I did try once. I did try it, though. I think there was, like, a cabinet lock or something, and, like, cabinet locks are, like, so ridiculously simple. I don't know. I shoved a paper clip in this thing, and it worked. I unlocked that with a paper clip. Cabinet locks are just... why even put this on things? It's like, are you actually saving anything? Are you actually protecting anything by putting a cabinet lock? Sort of. I guess it's a tamper device at best, and like a nuisance to open at worst. Who needs a key when you have a paper clip? It's less effective on like quick set locks, but you might be able to get away with it. Not that I would recommend it. Quick set have like their own like catches and like gotchas. Practice lock. I don't think I've ever like actually used one of those. I don't know if I've seen one in person either, to be quite honest. Like I tried to pick like I don't remember if it was a lock set on one of my interior doors or like one that I had like in a box. But like, I don't know. It was definitely one of my own locks to practice with a little bit. And I was not successful, as I said. But like, I don't know. I almost figured it out. I didn't have proper tooling for it. Where am I like... I had a bunch of reference stuff open for this. Where did I put all that? Was it over here? Yeah, it was over here. I need that open so I can switch between things. If n. You know what you can do if you have if n in C and C++? You can put these together. Other languages let you do this too. Just be like and. Totally legit. You can totally do that. I've written some really cursed JavaScript code that uses like these like shortcut and markers before. I don't know. Functional programming in like JavaScript, for example, by abusing like operators. This is fun, but I don't know if I can recommend it. What this? Clean the love locks off of the Brooklyn Bridge. Oh no. I guess that's one way of unlocking things. Yeah. Somewhat, yeah. How the heck did I structure this? We got opcodes, we got IDs. I think we need a better dispatch system. And you know what else I also probably need? I think we need a short. I think we need a short little break. A really big lock. Really, really big lock. Oh my. That'd be kind of crazy. Melty locks. Make really big lock. It's a very metal lock. I think I'm gonna get up for maybe like 5 minutes. I need to refill my water. I might make myself some more coffee. You ever have enough coffee? Do these sort of things. Yeah, well, I don't know. I might take like 10 minutes. It's usually 5 or 10 minutes, but like I would err on the lengthier side. A little bit closer to 10. And then be presently surprised if I get back in 5. I don't know. I've returned. Right before the drop. Oh yeah, I have to turn these off too. This one, that one. We've acquired some more coffee. I have some more water. Should I run out of coffee? Because I'm gonna run out of coffee. Let's face it. We always run out of coffee. I drink the coffee, and then all I have is the water, and then this is what we have. Ow. And I'm like... Chandu 16. Hello, hello. Okay, that's enough of that. Maybe. Ow. So, yeah, where the hell was I with this thing? I was trying to build some kind of system that, like, keeps track of the different ID numbers of objects. Of the Wayland objects. Or was I? I think this was a plan that I had, but when... Don't care, we'll change this to self. Oh my god. I don't think that will work in C++, but... If we copied and pasted all the C++, then maybe. I probably need to, like, dig through my, like, chat history and find different, like, random quotes and stick them in the Meisaka quote list or something. Possibly also with the option of, like, automating the process. That may or may not be on the to-do list. I don't remember. I don't know what we put on the to-do list anymore. Yeah. The one thing I am certain of is that we have... We have to come up with a better way of, like, routing RPC messages between, like, my client-side implementation and then like the server side or whatever that is. Yeah. And this is kind of like what most of, like, the Wayland libraries will actually kind of do. It will automate this whole process of, like, fabricating opcodes and stuff into, like, the appropriate format to send them over the wire. I feel like I'm gonna sneeze again. Why does this always happen? Why do I always feel like I'm gonna sneeze or something? I have no idea. But anyways, the way this kind of worked is that we send commands over the socket, like RPC commands, and then we get replies in the form of what are called events. And the events are unbounded. So, like, we don't actually know where the end of the event list is until we get it's just something, basically. So, for example, we have this registry thing, which gives us a list of all of the different extensions supported by the implementation. And then when we find something of interest, we can, like, create an instance of it. So we want to, like, hook up to the shared memory. We want to hook up to the compositor. Nymphius drops in. Hello and again, welcome. I don't know how you missed the subscription things earlier. I don't at all. But again, thank you and welcome. Unless that was like I don't know. I don't know if you would be able to, like, be gifted a sub if you have an active subscription. What am I talking about? I am crazy, apparently. You are all powerful. All powerful. All powerful. I see no ways of poking holes in this logic. Clearly not. Oh, yeah. But yeah, there's like a bunch of different extensions. So the way it works, basically, like, either make a list of these or, like, keep an eye on them or something, and they can come and go. They come and go. Like, outputs, these are supposed to be, like, related to the displays themselves. The active displays provided by the system, the compositor will usually tell you about the displays. We pierce through them to the meat of it. What are these unholy jokes? We are unsure. We are very unsure. So. Never actually looked through these. What is in here? Security context manager? Viewporter? A single pixel buffer manager, content type manager, fractional scale, tiering control. I mean, some of these things sound very familiar. DRM lease device. Screen copy manager. Sounds delicious. DMA buffer manager. Data control manager. Session lock manager. Foreign top level manager. Foreign top level list. Text input. Input method. Output power. Output manager. Alpha modifier. Presentation. Pointer constraints, relative pointer manager, decoration manager, the KDE KWin server decoration manager, tablet manager, WM base. That sounds sort of important. Possibly, I don't actually know. But anything related to the base functionality is probably relevant to my interest. Layer shell, idle notifier, idle inhibit manager, output, gamma control device control, or data device. Anything in the other directions? Exporter, importer, activation, cursor shape, virtual keyboard, virtual pointer, keyboard shortcuts, inhibit, pointer gestures, transient seat, seat, primary selection device, output, output. I guess the thing that sort of like is of relevant interest to me would be to know or figure out how I guess it would be like what do we want? I would want to figure out how to make it so that we could render stuff using Vulkan and then present the output using Wayland. Like, this is sort of the goal. Although I think if I reach that point, I might just switch to using a library for it, because conceptually, well, no, actually, I sort of want to know how that works. I kind of want to know if it's possible to make this work at a protocol level, or if I am just plain crazy. Oh wait, I am just plain crazy. Never mind. Never mind that part. I guess we're gonna figure out how it works at a protocol level. But first, we must resolve how to get memory between the different devices in a way that's like not a total mess. That would be kind of nice. Because, like, we got all these different extensions, these different registry items, and all of these sort of have relevance. Okay, we got the hydrate. Coffee is hydration, right? Says Chibi Saka. Says Chibi CSS Saka. With a crooked smile. Holographic Chibi Saka. It's yummy. I probably put way too much sugar in this stuff. E. Honestly, who knows at this point if it's the sugar or the caffeine? I don't know. The maple syrup, I was considering it. I was like, while I was preparing this cup, I was like, I haven't had maple for a while. Maybe tomorrow. Colonoscopy. That's a name. Very hello, hello. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Meisaka becomes part of one with the void. The one with the void. Nice outside. Weather be kind of crazy like that. Why the weather be crazy like that? You get that false spring. Where's the deep freeze? We need to freeze everything. Like again. Like I know we already had like a super cold spell for a while in a variety of places, including around me. But I'm talking like the freeze, like I don't know. Dump like 20 centimeters of snow on everything. A nuclear winter? I don't know. Unironically, this might happen sooner than we'd like. I don't know if I would be a fan of this. I want second Ice Age. Really, really, though. For real, though. Like, no kidding. We need those stupid ice caps to stop melting. We need to put more ice back up in the up in there. Or I don't know. Maybe we'll get lucky and half the atmosphere will just take up a bunch of clouds and then then our ocean will go back down or something. I wouldn't count on it though. Or maybe we need to put more water in the ground. Or maybe we just take a bunch of water and push it somewhere else? We just get a large straw and suck it all the way into space. Because that's how space works. This doesn't actually work, by the way. Do not try this. Do not attempt this. It will not end well. Actually, I'm not sure if it wouldn't work well. In theory, if you put like a giant straw. Yeah, no, I don't think it would. I think if you stuck a giant straw all the way into the water on Earth from space, all of the air inside the straw would get sucked out, and then the water would go up the straw a certain amount, and eventually it would just stop. It wouldn't make it all the way up. Because that's the threshold at which the vapor pressure of water exceeds the gravity coefficients, and yeah, it wouldn't go all the way up. Straws are not possible to get stuff into space. Sad but true. Also, hello and welcome to the snails. The snails. They are stealing my lunch. We're coding stuff. Well, that is sort of the objective. I wouldn't say that it's going too much, though, because I've just kind of been on a tangent. Oh, I like this song. I'll listen to this one again. Let's back up. I'm also like half thinking of how I want to restructure this, because I want to restructure this. Also, hello and welcome to Timadis. Another name that I've seen around the green zone. You know, I almost want to make it so like green zone is like pointed out in the overlay. Would this be evil? Waylands? Yep, we're talking Waylands. Green Hills? No, we're talking Green Circle. The Zone. The Green Circle is often referred to as the Zone in Green Circle parlance. But yeah, if you're joining me, the objective here is Wayland. I started this on my last stream a little bit, where I was implementing the Wayland protocol directly. So like, we're writing the binary format into buffers and then sending it over like the inter-process communication channel, the IPC, the socket, whatever you want to call that thing. And I'm developing like client side. So like, we're going to use the existing compositor, and we're just going to talk to it, and we're going to ask it to make us a window. And then we're going to ask it to put some memory into a pixel buffer, and then we're going to ask it to put that pixel buffer on the screen. And then I would say that I would be content with it, but like, I'm probably not going to be content with this. we might have to go a step further and try to get, like, the Vulcan renderer to use this system. And if that doesn't work, then I might pull in a Vulcan Wayland library code to do it for me. I don't know. I do kind of want it to get to work from scratch if I can, though, because this is of interest. Definitely. I don't know if we have any red zones. Except the ones that the compiler inserts for us at the top of every function call. Also, welcome to Sea of Tranquility. Also, I had a thought between the end of last stream and today. It has been kind of a while. Where the opcode and the message length could be, like, baked together into a single, like a single write to the buffer. Because in general, with all these, like, protocols, I just kind of missed my exclamation. We're writing, like, raw Wayland buffers. Raw Wayland protocol buffers, and then we're gonna get, like, we're gonna tell the compositor to make us a window, and then we're gonna display it. This is part of what I did on the previous stream, and it is what we're gonna do today. Possibly after this ad break. God damn it. You threw off my groove. Ad break, you threw off my groove. I was doing a thing. Like yapping for 2.5 hours. Not actually writing any of this. I don't care. I like the music. And so, previously, I put together this, like, serializer. I built some abstractions over sending messages, sending RPC calls, remote RPC calls, remote RPC procedure calls. At this point, like, why am I even? Yep, we're back in C++ land. Welcome, hello, to selective duplicates. Remote map procedure calls. I don't even know them. The problem, I guess, with it is that the events that we're supposed to get back are technically the responses to some of the calls. And right now, all of this stuff is routed into a big if-else thing equals the ID of the thing we are looking for kind of chain, and this is not going to do it all. So I think what I want to do is, like, make Possibly a C++ flavored solution to the problem. Randomly purring cats. I prefer rotund purring cats. They're fluffy. They're so fluffy. RAS? Not redundant RAS syndrome? Redundant acronym syndrome? Rotund? Round? Rotund is a word that I don't get to use very often. It's just a fancy way of saying round. But then you couldn't pet the fluffy. Reinventing process communication. Remembering properly. Wait, that's not the acronym. That is not an acronym. Yeah. Just yeah. So we got this registry. The registry has like a bunch of IDs associated with it. So in theory, we could like create a vector, and then the vector could have like some object pointer in each like location. And then we could do like pointer dispatch. The different objects, or we could not. There's lots of different ways of doing it. Hello and welcome to Shy Assassin VT. What? It just seemed like everybody just shows up one after the other. Not that you not they've shown up at an awkward time, but like it feels like I've been saying hello for like the past hour. Yeah. Probably because I have. I don't know. Harbingers of viewers. The Curse of the Chibi Meisaka. I'm gonna do light mode Chibi Meisaka. I like this. This is benefit. This is why we do the 4-hour. Starting screen soon stream pre-screen stream. Normally it only goes for half an hour. And then I'm like, yes, I'm set. But this is also partially why some of my streams end up lasting for 8 hours. The starting screen pre-stream stream words that rhyme with stream but aren't actually words. The title page, whatever you call this, I call them the title. The start. You know, one of these looking screens with the starting soon. If we put this up here for like an hour, everyone would be like, what if even? What if even? Makefile downloads source code from GitHub. Very highly modern. Does it use Git itself? Git clone, switch to appropriate branch, run build process of the sub-project, install dependency into a local directory. Curl, what laziness is this? I mean, if it works, I guess. Do you even make file? Do you recursively make file? Do you have make files that make other make files that make other make files after making the make files? Only these two songs go together, right? This is what CMake is for. Gasp. Goes to GPT-4o or whatever the new one is. Write me a series of instructions that I can give to Claude to make a GTA 3 clone using only GNU make files. You must not include any other programming languages other than GNU make. It gives thinking prompt. It gives you long list of instructions that somewhat summarize to not possible. 0 day to perform else on the GitHub's GitLab. Can't confuse the two. GitLab servers. SSH into backdoor on Atlassian. Backend that uses unsecured RPC to run the git commands on GitHub to bang commits directly into RAM using arbitrary. What untold something control X meta CM shenanigans. This sounds fearsome indeed. See, this is why the Meisaka uses NeoVim. The Emacs is a great operating system and all, but sometimes I just want a text editor that is as simple as I am. We might try Emacs eventually, though, to be quite honest. I need to see what the memes are about. I am aware of the XKCD. I'm a big fan of the XKCD. I would have probably mentioned something about the butterflies, but like, I don't know. I used to read those all the time, and then I haven't for a while. I think the last time I dropped into XKCD, I kind of got sidetracked because one of them is, what was it? Escape something with like velocity. It's like a space. It's like a spaceship mini game. And I just went around exploring for hours. Just like E? Yeah. So, yeah, I might have to like, might have to find that and then read after that one at some point. We have semi-persistent chibi Saka going here. Extracting all the images. Looking for all the things. Find any? There's just so much in that one. I don't even. I don't even. The outer shell. Half the problem I encountered was the exploration of the outer shell. Took a very long time. We got 2765. Is this the one? Escape speed? Yeah, that one. You can get stuck in there for hours. It's a trap. It's a trap. You can get stuck there for hours. XKC is great stuff. Great stuff. Let's see, what do we got? We got send. I was going to do something. Waylands, how is it going? It's actually kind of going decently, despite the fact that I haven't really done anything today. I haven't done anything. I've just been yapping about it for like the last almost 3 hours. Namespaces and the auto. Honestly, we should just put namespaces and auto into C, and then maybe we would have a good language. We haven't introduced any bugs yet. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. We're gonna introduce the bugs. Today's bug is called memory. Standard vector. Why is my autocomplete putting that? We need a type for it, though. So I want the interface. What's the sort of interface for it? A Wayland interface. The objects. Yeah, the WL, the objects. I don't know if I should do that. I call mine way objects. The way away object. Struct. Oh, I need struct. Using structs. Choose between 3 different unergonomic syntaxes. Look, the whole point behind C and C++ is that there are lots of different unergonomic syntaxes so that you can be continuously indecisive between all of them. Clearly. But also, you kind of maybe sort of have to remember the fact that C is really flippin' old. Type def struct. Beware type def struct. Beware a type def struct. In one of my C projects, I actually made macros, like preprocessor macros that would do type def struct, and then they put the type name stuff in there, and then I had like extra macros on top of it that also did the individual field declarations. And then I made like a terrible C reflection thing using preprocessor macros for a project. I'm like, it was both the most cursed and most ridiculously useful thing I've probably ever written using the preprocessor. But also, I would not envy the future version of Meisaka that would have to go back and read it. Because very confusion. It is very extremely confusion. I don't know if I remember if I put enough comments on it or not. Probably not. Like, I have gone back and read C++ code from some of my old projects that I wrote using, like, the, what's it called? The template meta programming language. And I'm just staring at some mess of template meta something or other if this, that, and the other things. And I'm like, how in the 14 hells did I write any of this? How did this make sense to the past me? Why did I think this was a good idea? So, like, one of these template meta things was like a static template meta subsystem for like doing ECS in like a video game engine where each like subcomponent was divided into like these static structures with like their own storage. And I'm just like, ah, yeah. I didn't know that Twitch used the IRC. Surprise, surprise. They use a modified version of IRC. It's like IRC with extensions. Even over the WebSockets. I think over the WebSockets. Yeah. So it even includes like some IRC isms, like what would it be called? The slash emote thing? That EM emphasis? That's a bit of an IRC-ism. The cycle of templates. I think this would be nicer using templates. Wait, this is actually getting difficult. Let me rewrite it so the code actually works with templates. After attempting to rewrite everything, I realized that templates were a bad idea here. Start again where we began and never think about templates again. This kind of sounds about right. Then you write enough C++ and I'm like, maybe C++ wasn't the answer. Maybe we should just go back to C. Yeah. Sometimes I wish C had some of the same, like, memory stuff and strict aliasing rules of C++. So that wouldn't be so, I don't know, foot gun-esque. But then again, who knows? Maybe the real C++ was all the programs we made along the way. The real C++ was all the seg faults we made along the way. Remote code execution, go burr. The multi-line messages. Unfortunately, this did not work. You can, in fact, chat with the... That sounds sort of vaguely fun. Maybe. Hello and welcome to Abby, aka Airs the Wish. Hope you're doing good today. Talking about C++ seg faults. And I've been trying to write a function structure thing, and I have not been accomplishing it. What do I want? Wayland interface. This is a must. Very interface. So Wayland has like a thing called interfaces, where each interface is kind of like which protocols go to like what procedure. Yeah, I'm not very good at explaining these. There, you need another interview? Oh my god. If there's another interview, I would say good luck. I hope it goes well. Also, we might do... Oh, god damn it. I just closed my window. Trying to edit with the wrong key combination. This is why we don't... Oh, this is the problem I have. Accidentally sending key presses into like Firefox. I don't know, I've gotten so used to like hitting Control W to delete words on the consoles or in my editor. And I've started doing this in text boxes on like the web browser, but the web browser it has that whole desktop keybind thing, and Control W is like the close keybind. You finally had enough of the NetRW banner? Honestly, I sort of wish it was a bit shorter. I barely look at it, except when I accidentally mash the wrong key and I'm like, what display mode am I in again? I don't remember. Don't remember. It's fine though. What was I doing? I was doing something. Oh yeah, I was gonna shout out Abby. Really, lots going on. Making games over there. Good stuff, good stuff. Should go check it out. Go check out the channel. The NetRW buff settings. You like it? Noma? The Noma? Part 4 of 3. This is why we don't put part N of N or N of M. I don't put the M because I don't know how many parts it's going to be usually. If I do anything like in multiple parts, it's just like serial number. I don't know about this, but it does sort of have that coincidence. This really a thing be like, not, we have not set buff settings. Is this unknown option? A setting option? None of setting? About Lua VMG NetRW. We go get. Was this like an existing setting? One? Well, that's sort of like a good sign, maybe. We do 0. Explore. It goes away. Sometimes I forget that I'm in that RW. I don't know how I manage this, but it happens. I've never considered turning it off, though. I'm always like, I guess we'll live with it. I came out here for something. What was it? I just hate it when that happens. protocol. I was looking for Wayland protocol. So this has like a list of all of the interfaces in it. It's in XML format because it's intended for like generation of source files. And it's also supposed to be like extensible. So the point of it is to like take the XML file, run it through some sort of script that does code gen, and then it spits out like different protocol bindings. And then it's up to you, the developers, to implement correctly, as they say. Or in my case, to implement incorrectly and then have the Wayland server yell at me. Until I realized at some ungodly hour in the morning that I was missing a line and overwriting one of my buffers. Because of course... Fox yells at Wayland's server. Wayland's server yells back, "Why would you do this?" With no good answer. So the way it kind of works is there's these things called interfaces. And interfaces have what are called requests. And the requests are actually in order of like request number or something. So there's a very specific ordering to it. So within an interface, you have a request, for example. On the wire protocol, this request is sequentially numbered, so it starts at 0. So we would take whatever ID has the Wayland display, and we send opcode 0, that represents sync. And then sync has an argument, and the arguments have a specific meaning depending on the type field and whether or not there's an interface field. So in the case of a sync request, it's like opcode 0, and then there's a single argument, which is a new ID. And all of this is explained on like the web page, the Wayland documentation. I guess in some ways, if you don't read it carefully, you could miss this. But like, on the wire protocol, it's like opcode 0, and then there's like a 32-bit number here for the ID, and then you just bundle this up along with the object ID up here, or some such, a length, the arguments. I'm not doing very good at explaining this. But we just send all of this over the socket, and then we get the numbers right, it will send us back things. It will send us back the things. So, in my main function, I was writing these out manually. Like I wrote a function to dump the header into the thing. And then we wrote some functions that like implement this sync function. And then we did this thing to implement the registry binds. And I'm like, this is okay for like simple things, but this is not gonna scale. So I need a better way of doing this. We love the things. I love saying things. Not just things, but the word things. But yeah. There are so many interfaces in Wayland, and some of them have events associated with them. Like, there are error events. Events are kind of like return values in a way. Like sending different commands to the Wayland server will result sometimes in events getting sent back. The events are sort of serialized over the wire protocol, so there is some sort of strict ordering to them. But still, I think it's probably necessarily. Not necessarily. That's not the word we want to use. I want necessary. It is necessary. It is required. It is a must. That we, like, keep track of the events and which object they belong to. And then we must put the event, the data that comes with the event. We must put that somewhere in the program. So there are things that send things to the things, and then they bring the things from the other thing back to the thing that we then have to put into the thing that stores the other thing where it needs to be. The thing. This is nonsense, but it's also kind of true. So I want to build out a better system for responding to events. And then I might try to write a script to do code gen. Because I don't really want to write all the bindings myself necessarily, and I don't necessarily think anyone else would either. Because that is kind of not the point. The point is to have code gen scripted. This thing is too complicated. This thing is very complicated. This thing is truth. I don't even know if there's a good way of dispatching events until we have object of some flavor. Till we have interface. We need interface. Interface could potentially be done using an object of some sort that we could then create. And the object could hold references to the remote object indirectly. Like we could have a structure specifically for like the Wayland registry. I could spell registry correctly. And then this would hold, I don't know, the ID or some such. The object ID. And then it would also hold a list of all of these registry objects. Which I kind of assume would be something vectorizable. Wayland registry. Kind of spell registry. Entry. Yes, that looks kind of verbose. Kind of tasty and verbose. Then we have entries. Can I not type? No, we cannot type. I don't know if we can type. Typing is not allowed. We have the interface name. And then we could have a version. A very significant aversion. I might just call this the name. Another thing that make this simple-ish, to the point-ish. And then there's also like an ID type thing. I don't really think these need numbers, but we might put numbers on them. This may be okay. Sort of. Kinda, sort of. I almost want this to be... I don't know, we might dip into the C++ polymorphism, but I don't know, maybe this is just like a proxy and then we have like somewhat strict typing on it. This is a possibility. Because I do kind of want it to be such that we can kind of have like an RPC side API and then like another API which I would then use, sort of like a library. So in a way, I'm writing a Wayland library of my own. A very simplified one, almost. Eek. Somewhat eek. The Meisaka land. Yeah. Maybe. I need another break. Another short-ish break. A lot shorter break this time. I will be right back. After, I don't know, there's an ad break coming up soon. Figure it's perfect time to overlap with that. I'll be back after it's over. Probably. reasonably over? Maybe? Probably. I have returned, as somewhat promised. Very E. Ow, 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 ow. Part of my head's kind of itchy. I don't know what's going on there. An eggplant. Delicious eggplant. Sliced roasted. Covered with Parmesan. Am I evil? This is sort of an ambiguous question. Are we truly evil? We might be. Depends. I'm using the Neovim. That's pretty evil. Right? This is what they say in like the... Oh, that is a crazy looking effect stack. Yeah. Speaking of effect stacks, what do we need? Gotta get my evil effect. Where is that one at? This? Yeah, I want this.
Meisaka X maximum evil mode. Not evil enough. It must be eviler. How about this? Too much evilness to summon forth the Meisaka. Clearly, your souls will belong to the Meisaka.
So yeah, don't stare into the abyss or else. Or else this happens. Yeah. The Zerg Meisaka has entered the chat. For real though. For real though.
You have not enough minerals. You require more Vexfane gas. Spawn more overlords.
About that soul thing, yeah, we kind of gave it to someone else. You might want to have a chat about them with... Don't worry, I'll go there, and I will take their soul as well. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Absolutely fine.
The hive cluster is under attack.
It's fine. It's fine. Really?
Nuclear launch detected.
I'm sure it's nothing. It's absolutely not. Nope. Yeah, it's definitely fine. It's definitely fine.
The hive cluster is under attack.
I didn't need that lurker base anyways. I'm sure it's yeah, we didn't need those building. I'm sure we'll be fine without them. Oh no, they're yeah, no, it's fine. It's totally fine. What was I doing again? Not being evil? Always be base trading anyway, maybe. This is sort of the way of it sometimes. I haven't played StarCraft for a very long time. Probably for my own benefits. Very, yeah. Too much, yeah. Don't be evil. StarCraft stream. I don't think this is ever gonna happen. I'm so not good at that. I tried, like, the new one, the StarCraft 2 once, and I'm like, not only do I not remember how to do any of this, but it's also different. So I'm like so bad at it. Not that I was ever good at it to begin with, but at least I remembered the hotkeys once upon a time, and now I don't. Now I don't. So yeah, I did not. I was not very good at it, but I did try once. And it's probably a good thing that I didn't get super into it, because the last time I got super into a game, which was something like recently, it was not StarCraft. So I was talking about at the beginning of the stream. I ended up disappearing for like 3 or 4 days. Configure the hotkeys like NeoVim. Oh, we need those NeoVim. We need that NeoVim APM plugin to practice my StarCraft. No. This is not how we win. E. Which, by the way, that is a thing that exists. Why this exists? I don't know. Probably for the memes. Probably for the memes. How do I want to put this together? Do I want to make it synchronous, or do I want to make these asynchronous? If we make them synchronous, that makes everything a lot easier. If we make it like super fancy multi-threaded, multi-processing kind of something or other, with like asynchronous callback dispatch, this is more flexible, but also way more complicated. I think we're gonna go the easy route, make all this junk synchronous, so I don't have to do it overly complicated. We might have to implement some sort of dispatch kind of thing anyway, a little bit. Because I'm sure that as soon as I have a decent number of objects, I'm probably just going to have to call into a global registry anyway. For different events. So I don't know, maybe I kind of design it on the assumption that there will be synchronicity, and then I'll go from there. So what do we need? We need to make the global object. Create one of these registries, which we already sort of do implicitly. We don't save the registry. Which is sort of problematic, maybe. Although we could. Let's see. I think that the registry should just be part of. I don't know, maybe the like main global object here. Yeah. We could do that. And then during wherever the hell setup wins. Was that message? 1-1. I think this is registry thing. It's not in a binding. Registry object ID. It's gonna be the next ID. One prior to incrementation. Don't think incrementation was a word until now. But it might be at this point. I don't know. Beware incrementation. ID 2. ID 1. ID 1, you are the display, and then your get registry. So all of, I mean, this should be the registry ID. Registry object ID should be 2. Should be. You want what symbol? Back to receive. Is there anything directed at ID 2? Should probably be the what's it called? The registry, which should ideally mean that we have whatever the heck it is. Actually, we should put this down. down here. And I want to assert that the wake client registry object ID is 2. And I will admit it probably will be, given the circumstances. But we want to make sure 100% that this is actually the case. Because in here, we're gonna like put an entry. So, what are these? Registry entry. We don't really want constructor. I want the object itself. Auto indentation can go the hell away. Which we never fixed, by the way. I'm putting in here object name. The version, object version. Name is the object interface. And then I think we need like an explicit... I think there was an explicit constructor for this. Why do I do this 3 times? I thought there was a way to do a triple indent without mashing the... I don't know. I don't remember what it was. I did it once. I don't know how I did it. But there was a way to like triple indent all in one command. Yeah. It was like 1 indent 3? No, that's not right. E. I don't know. I'm sure I'll figure it out again. Or maybe I won't. Who knows? Who knows at this point? One thing I know for certain, though, is that I do probably want a standardized interface for the events. Like, I don't want to have to call... Or I don't want to, like, have to program this per object, like, in a giant if something or other. So we do event. What they call it? And what they call it? I don't know if the events have names. Oh, they do have names. Okay. So registry, we have event, and the name is global. And then we have global remove. So we have global. This does something, and then we have global remove. Put the stream volume on exactly 50%. You play a difficult game. Are you using like a touch device? A mouse? A media player? What's it called? Where is the Meisaka channel? You want to know the secret to it? You click on the percentage thingy here. Or use tab. And you press it with the keyboard. It goes up and down by 1%. Hacks. Maximum hacks. Gotta tab over to it though. That's the only way to get it exactly where you want it. By the way, Meisaka music. I feel like this one needs more layers to it, but I don't know how to do this in a way that makes it sound good. I'm not kidding either. This is Meisaka music. This one and like the next two songs afterwards are stuff that I made, assuming they don't get skipped, which they shouldn't under normal circumstances. I think this is probably the newest of the three. Yeah. Yeah, I did this one a few months ago. Surprising, given the fact that the other two were made like a few years ago. A little bit of a gap there. We don't music very often. Alright, what is a good way of like... What's a good way of doing the arguments to these is the question that I ask myself. Because we have to dispatch messages, events. We have to dispatch event messages, this sort of thing, to individual objects. And the events, they have different data types associated with them. I want to turn this one up a bit. So I guess the challenge that I have here is to figure out how to associate the different event opcodes with the event object or whatever object in my local side. And then take the appropriate arguments here and deserialize them. I could make a bunch of, like, I don't know, I could bake the deserialization into a given interface. Or I could do it, like, semi-statically. I keep trying to, like, switch. I keep trying to switch windows in the tmux, but that's not what I need to do. So I want to rename this one. That one's shorter. So by statically, I would be like what is it? Parse message. And then we give it one of these, like, net message objects. And then it is sort of the responsibility of, like, the upper level system to, like, dispatch this event. The parse message event, and then the parse message call can take the arguments out and, like, deserialize them into the different, like, the different things. I am so great with the words today, clearly. For a moment, I was thinking of, like, having, like, a global deserializer that would, like, grab all the things in the different formats, but I'm like, there's no way I'm going to be able to route that properly into a statics type system. Much as I would love to, I don't think that would work. At least not in the way I would want it to. Not in the way we would want it to. I think we will go sort of polymorphic here. Like object ID. Make this virtual. No except. I don't want any of these to throw exceptions. We do not want the exceptions. I don't know if I want to put error types on them either. Yeah, I don't know. We might come back to that. It might be worth it to have like a list of opcodes and their associated length specifications, but I don't know about that. We don't know about this. Wayland registry. Parse message. No accept. No exceptions. So I think that this would be one of these functions that we like generate. Be parse message. I think this would be the case. Oh my god, I'm awake, really. I'm awake, really. This is a little bit unexpected, maybe. Hello from Soding. Very cheroot. Are we cheroot? Hello and welcome. I'm very Soding. I don't think I've ever been rated by Soding before. And we're doing C++ programming today. This is the way of it. I feel like most people here probably know Soding, but if you don't, you can find them on Twitch here, or you can look for their YouTube, but they make cool programs. This is truth. This is very truth. Very. I don't know. I've seen some of this, and it's like, I don't know. I've seen some awesome stuff being developed over there. Sometimes I lurk quite a bit. What are we doing? We are cooking up some like low-level Wayland bindings and stuff. So there is like the Wayland protocol, which is like the Wayland protocol is like this low-level thing where you can like send like binary messages over like an IPC, and it will like put windows on the screen and stuff. So I am writing myself, I guess, a Wayland library from scratch, kinda, where we have the XML for the protocol over here. And then we're gonna like code gen this into like C++ eventually, as soon as I figure out the pattern for it. We're doing a client. Thank you for the chibi sock. We're doing like a client right now, and then once I get the protocol sort of figured out from the client side, I do actually want to write my own like compositor eventually. So the project I'm working in is like this big C++ project, which is like, it's a 3D engine that I wrote, and it uses like the Vulkan API, and previously it also used like the OpenGL API, but that part kind of broke during a refactor. Go figure. So it is very much a custom 3D engine. It's all C++. I think it's standard 17 or something. Nope, we are going full raw Unix socket with this implementation. Like, I have my own serializer library to like stick things into buffers, and then I wrote these functions to like call send message, go directly over the Unix sockets. And so we like grab the environment variables if they exist or whatnot, and then we like find the socket path and then open up the like Wayland display thing. Is the GitHub empty? I don't know. I don't push all of my projects to GitHub all the time. I'm lazy. I'm a little bit lazy. Writing a Wayland compositor is frustrating. I know, I know. The point isn't to me, like, isn't to make a good compositor, it is to make a compositor. It's an experiment, a fun experiment. Oh, the virtual destructor is missing. Are we? I don't know. I was writing this function before the raid, so like, who knows? Who knows at this point? the highly projects. Like, we're cooking up GPUs. I have a lot of GPUs. We have 2 GPUs in this project. But like, right now, we're just gonna make a client. If I need another GPU for making a compositor of my own, then like, so be it. If I need to like remote develop a compositor, then so be it. Plans be plans be plans. But yeah, we create the Unix socket, and this sort of works. I was building an abstraction for parsing out the messages and then dispatching them to the events based on the protocols in the protocol XML. And then once I get this figured out, we're gonna write myself some... We're gonna write some, like, Python, probably, to do the code gen, because code gen... We get rated? We did in fact get rated. This is truth. And I guess you were, what, AFK for the raid? Sadness. Everyone's welcome to stay, welcome to go. I know it's probably not the usual affair. The fonts. I have a command for the different fonts. I think this one is NVCode R in the editor here. Just one sort of big raid, I guess. We like it here so far. This is kind of nice to hear. My usual fare is not that much. I don't know, it's been kind of a while since I had a big raid. Been probably a few years, I would think. I think the last time I got like okay, that song's a little bit louder than the others. The last time I got a big raid over 100 something was like Pirate Software a couple of years back. Before he blew up. No, it was Soding. Do you know the Soding? A very cool character from both the YouTube and Twitch zones. This kind of this is the way. The way. Do you know the way? We're talking about? I don't know. It's been a few days since my last stream. I don't remember what I was talking about, to be quite honest with you. I am surprisingly forgetful in this regard. What do we need? I think we need the opcode. Blah. Chibi wore off. The chibi has worn off. I was probably discussing it once, though, because I watch the occasional Soding stream. I lurk in many places. Are we going Bad Apple? I guess we're going Bad Apple. The best JavaScript streamer. I feel like this is a little bit of a meme, but also has shards of truth to it. We are unsure. But yeah, today is C++ with the Wayland. Other times I do stuff in Rust as a Twitch VTuber type personality. Sometimes I do stuff in the JavaScript. If I'm like doing my overlays, all my stream gizmo stuff, that is OBS browser source. So we've dropped into like JavaScript to write some of that stuff. But it's not too often. This project though, C++. This is a project that we haven't worked on for, I don't know, a while. And then I picked up a stream or two ago. Having two different songs. I don't know. We might have to make the Bad Apple pause the playlist. Sounds like a little bit of a cacophony in the background. Something else for the to-do list, I guess. Oh, yeah. A virtual. We could make the destructor virtual, I guess. Oh, come on, go. It's not gonna do anything. It's doesn't need to do anything, but it should exist. This is probably good C++ practice. Sync them up? We cannot sync them up. We're not watching the stream. What is going on? We are yapping. Don't let the code fool you. We are yapping. Sometimes I have synced up different things, but usually the songs are incompatible. Songs are often incompatible. I think this is the pattern that I want. Be like Wayland interface. To be like the abstract kind of structure that dispatches this to the parsing function, and the parsing function get overridden per object. And then maybe this would be a way of doing it. Which means that the objects themselves should probably be pointers. They should not be raw. What we want, what we want. We probably want it shared. I think this would be the way of it. Back in 6 hours, if the stream is still on. I don't know, we've been at this for 4. It is a roll of the dice whether or not I choose to come back in 6. Normally my limit is around 8. 8 hours is typically where we go. The 24-hour stream meta is real sometimes. I don't know. Meisaka subathon goal? Get Meisaka to unintentionally stream for 24 hours? I don't know if I would ever do this. I'm not a fan of the subathon concept as a small stream. Let's see, what is parse message going to look like? I guess this would just be like a big giant switch. Switch opcode. Put a case for each like opcode number. Do thing. Break. Number of times I've typed break L instead of break. Too many. Do I want this to be like so, or do I want to put another, I don't know. Like my intuition says it should go here. I've never picked a good style for a switch case that I like. Like the auto indents always want to put this case up here. I always want to put case down here. I don't know. I am evil sometimes. Or we could do the infamous. Yeah, I don't know if I like that either. Why don't we put these like mix and match all the styles? Just be like, we're gonna do it like this. Currently the second highest stream. I'm sure we will sink back down into the depths soon enough. This is the way of the Meisaka, as it is truly meant to be. Not that I mind having extra viewership for a little bit. You are all welcome to stay. You are all welcome to browse the streams. There are a lot of good streams on the Twitch. Do we pick on Sergeant Pepper, maybe? For example? This is a stream that the Meisaka follows and lurks in occasionally. Streaming time schedule. I think that this would probably be... To be perfectly honest with you, this would probably be like... Imagine getting shout out on the Meisaka stream to like 200 people. Yeah. Honestly, though, I think this would actually be when I usually end if I followed my usual schedule, which I have not. The font, the editor font here, is called NV Code R. Exclamation point font. We have lots of fonts. These are the spellings of the fonts. Use the arch, by the way. I use the arch, by the way, as well, sometimes. This is the name of the system. And if you are extra curious, we are using what is called the Sway compositor in Wayland. And we are trying to tell Sway to make us a window. The hard way, the fun way. By yelling at it in binary coded messages over the IPC. So like this would be, I don't know, event, whatever. And then we would have auto argument 1 equals message fetch some type, probably uint32 more often than not. At least marked no accept, probably not. Your Hyperland? I was using Hyperland for a little while. Kind of a longer while. There's something about it that, like, it's causing me all sorts of weird sus trouble. I was trying to say words and read messages at the same time, and it mixed them together. Holy E. What an unholy E. The Neri. I have, like, NVIDIA hardware. And none of the Wayland compositors want to play particularly nice with it. Sway has been, like, the most stable in terms of, like, lack of glitches. But, like, I don't know. Occasionally we play games on Linux, and it does not like some of the games. So I have to switch to X11 for them. Which is fine. I am still a fan of X11 occasionally. I think the only thing that didn't quite behave right in Hyperland was the standard Discord client, and I would also randomly have issues with Krita for whatever reason. Does this make any sense? I don't think so. Like sometimes Kryda would work fine, and other times it would look like a glitchy mess. I don't know if this is because drivers went crazy at some point, but I don't know. I've always had issues with like Discord specifically running Hyperland. And with Sway, this has not been an issue. And as far as tiling window managers go, I kind of like Sway. This would be like all the arguments. And then we would like call this event global. And then we would feed it all the arguments. Like this. I think. and so on, and then we might also probably want like a default case that either like maybe throw error. Can I type? Can I type at all? I don't know. I don't know. So the objective here is to generate this from the like XML. And also we would probably generate these signatures here as well, I think. Yeah. Rapid scream swiping? Yeah, this was kind of like what was happening to me. That was very eek. Very eek indeed. Switching from little it's not Indian, it's Endian with an E. With an E. Because it's not Indian, it's Endian. Which end of the bread are you buttering? Little alien. Yeah. Little Indian. With an Indian. Big Endian is not always required for network protocols, but like the internet protocols typically use this. A lot of modern protocols will actually use Little Endian for their network stuff so that they can just like dump bytes onto the wire in a very easy manner. Are we running ads again? Why would you do this to me? Why would you do this to our guests? This is fine. We will wait for this. I do more often than not prefer to wait for ad breaks to end. I might have to like put a thing in my, like, what's it called? Stream API thingy. Oh, by the way, all of my stream stuff, my Twitch integration stuff, this is all custom written. All that stuff is written in Rust. And the overlays are like JavaScript. It's all a very crazy system I got going. And no one would ever know. But yeah, I should probably make a thing that, like, when the ad breaks start up, maybe dump message in chat, because, like, I don't know. We do have the on-screen thing, but that's more for my sake. How long did it take to learn Rust? Who says that I have ever truly learned Rust? Much in the same way that I've never truly learned C++. We just gotta get better at it over time. One does not simply learn Rust. I don't know, I think it was like maybe like a year or two of off and on projects in Rust, and we've gotten adequate enough at it to do reasonably interesting things. But I think with, I don't know, just to get the up and going. So my earliest project was like, it was like an asynchronous Rust project using like Tokyo and like Saturday and like a bunch of like these like WebSocket things and like a web RTC and like multi-database interfaces. I was basically writing an MMO engine in Rust to learn Rust. And this was like my very first project. I kind of went off the deep end with it a little bit. I learned quite a lot doing this. I learned a lot of things that are like what not to do when developing Rust. Like dynamic dispatch, for example, is a thing that exists in Rust for like object-oriented type stuff. But if you mix that with like asynchronous code and futures, it is not a good time. I could probably pull it off nowadays, but like I don't know if I would design it that way to begin with, knowing what I've learned. Like there is a time and a place for dynamic dispatch, and I don't think that was it. Lifetimes also are, I don't know. I've gotten a lot better at lifetimes. There is still some shenanigans with lifetimes and like phantom data that I'm just not, I just haven't, it just hasn't clicked fully in some places. So I don't know if I can do like the super advanced stuff. But I know enough about lifetimes that they aren't as big of a deal, and I can sometimes use them in my own types. And then you come into contact with like one particular elision error and then end up having to rewrite the whole thing anyway. And then it's just kind of yikes. And I think I understand pin for the most part. For the most part, I won't claim to be a good expert on the matter, but like I think it makes enough sense. Probably have to consult all the documentation again, having used it quite a bit. Safely using pointers. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Lifetimes are basically just the embodiment of like pointers and reference usage. Like, if you've done this stuff in C or C++, you basically understand enough about lifetimes anyway without explicitly saying it. Phantom data usually only shows up if you're writing, I guess, like your own containers or abstractions of things. Like if you want to put pointers or if you want to put structures that own certain kinds of data, which is more like library type stuff, then there is a use case for phantom data. In a lot of code, though, I haven't found a really good use for it, but that's also partially because I haven't dealt with it a ton. I don't often throw pointers in, and if I do put pointers in my code, I usually go full evil mode and just unsafe them into doing what I need them to do. Which is rare, but it does exist. There's a time and a place for unsafe. And then there is a time and a place for just, I don't know, designing it in somewhat of a functional enough way that it's not a problem. Box leak. Box leak, box new. Everyone loves leaking boxes. Maybe. I'm gonna leave my door open again. Ay, 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 ay. What was I? What was I doing? The sound from in the background distracted me. I was making code gen. This is what I wanted to get started on next. Yes, we need a file for this. We gotta go up here, and then we gotta make a new file. Waveland generator. And we're gonna write this in Python because I'm feeling Python. New file, new empty file. What do I need for this? Let's see, we need to load some stuff. I will use my favorite path. And then something else that I needed. And I don't remember what it was because I don't use it very often. It was a library XML. Yeah, we were gonna use some XML. And then what do we use? Which flavor? I mean, we could do Dom style, but like, I don't know. I think I don't know. The protocol document is like really simple. Can we buffer? Like, to parse this is pretty simple, I think. Which would be more kind of, I think, like a linear scan. So what can we parse this with? Can we use, I don't know, Dom or Sax? I don't know. I've never done XML parsing in Python before. This is a bit of an experiment. I might just try their example. Be like XML DOM mini import parse. I can parse files. I can parse strings. Maybe we parse file. It is in the standard library, but like I have not used it. So like this is a bit of an experiment. So we have the file here and we want to open it. And then what is our path? It would be like Wayland protocol, whatever that thing was called, Wayland XML. I guess. And then we can like parse the file. I'm gonna put this in a width block. So I don't have to close it. Don't be lazy. Meisaka needs to be not lazy. The way. Do you know the way? I do not know the way. Great. Yeah, I don't know if I want it. I don't know if Dom is really the best flavor for this or not, but like... Can we print the way? So I can figure out what the way? And then we will display this. Wrong file. XML document. You are convinced? That the Fox girls are better. Gasp. E? Are we maximally E? I am a maximum E. Let's see, where is the document? Document elements. One and only root element. Create elements. For a second, I was like gonna be evil and write the whole thing in like XSLT, but then I'm like, I don't think I want to subject either me nor anyone else to that sort of evilness. What is in this thing? We have interface. I probably just want to get a list of all the interfaces. This is probably the way. Probably the way. What does the get? Get the way. Get elements. Can I spell the word elements? Tag name. I love this song. What do I want? All the interface. All the interface. Can we just like get elements iterator, I think. Lovely. And then we want to get attribute. All of these should have names. Really should probably have like a split so I can see what the hell I'm doing. Yeah, let's call this the way way interpolation. And then we will get attributes. The name? Version. These are good things to have. That is not a command. No, it's not. Yes, okay. Now we have all the interfaces. All of the versions of said interfaces. And then each one of these should have requests and events. Maybe. It is really hard to sway and type. Why am I doing this? what we want here. We want requests. Yeah. And then we could, like, I don't know, we could print out all of these, but, like, I think we should just collate them into some... No, we have to sub-process them a little bit. Yeah, we'll iterate over them like this. This is fine. This is fine. So we have to grab arguments of each individual request. But instead of printing them out, I think we'll put them in a list. Which means I need a list. We need all them requests. Can be a list. We're gonna append items. So what are the items? The items are these. We got the name and we have the arguments and so on and so forth. So we'd have a Wayland API request. Look at the ultra verbose mode here. Do I want to do this? Maybe. Possibly, maybe. What's this? Maybe this is fine. Give it name. You could give it args. And then we have this request can be a Wayland API request. A request. We need to grab the attribute from there. The DOM is okay, but it is so verbose. And then these we want to append something, and eventually want to like put that into the list. So the something here is going to be like, you haven't weighed your land until you have landed your way. Or some such. What do we want? We want this to be... Each request has arguments. We want to get elements by tag name here, arg. Summary. We could also maybe include the summaries. I don't know. It sounds like run-of-the-mill. I don't know. This tastes like run-of-the-mill deserialization. Why we do this ourselves like this, I don't know. Yeah, but tuple, this would be a thing, I guess. So we got arguments, more attribute. many attributes. Let's see, type. And then I would almost also want to get interface, which may or may not exist. Let's see here. Get attribute. Value. If no attribute exists, an empty string is returned. I mean, I guess an empty string is fine. Probably. Janky implementation is usually, like, I don't know, it's usually my preference, because then I don't have to pull in another dependency. But at the same time, it sort of lacks the elegance that I sort of wish it had. As with all things, it is a trade-off, and there are great many ways of doing such trade-offs. I think it's an acceptable trade-off for this particular niche use case. Yeah, I wanna, let's see, print all them requests. Behold, a mess of not very good representations. But no matter, we can, I don't know, repr self. And then, what was this supposed to do? I think this was supposed to return string. Yeah. Yeah. So we will return an API request. This isn't really an object, so we're gonna make it one of these fake looking objects. This is fine. We want name, and then we want arguments. A little closing bracket thingy. I think this is fine. I feel like that we should not be getting empty request objects. Like, what is that all about? Let me out of the terminal. Let me back over here. What is this? Why do we have empty request type? Compositor. Some of these have it, some of them don't. I'm guessing that there's something that we missed. Request. Name. No, wait, what was it? API request was empty. So, like, what would that be all about? Part of WL buffer. Description. Quest name is destroy. We must destroy. I mean, it is kind of like there's nothing to the request, but like it's the name should show up here at least. Like what am I not doing? What am I not doing? Find this request. I think it was bind. What? No, it should be name, I think. Like so? Yeah, I was like, E. Okay, that makes more sense. It was very much me typoing something, being like, what was I doing? What was I doing? I don't even know anymore. It's just because I had the wrong attribute. Clearly. So now that we've fixed that, it's much better. We have the requests. The requests have arguments. Each argument has like types and stuff associated with it. Some of them have interfaces associated, so you can see destroy, get subsurface, this sort of thing. See, that one was before we reran it. So now I have to turn. I just not get ahead of myself. I think we should like also do enum. I don't know if we want to do enum directly or not. Do I need to close my door again? I think we need. That's not the button that I wanted to click. I will be back somewhat shortly. I also want like a quick break, so I'll be like, what is it, 3 or 4 minutes, and then I will be back. Oh, I want a short break time as well. Yeah, this is the way. Oh, yeah, yeah. Where was I? Oh, yes. Returning. The Meisaka has in fact returned. Did everyone fall asleep on me? I hope not. I found some donuts. And I just had to get some. Because yum. And I'm gonna eat them with a fork and no one can stop me. Let's see, what do we want here? We want... I was doing enum. Oh, that... what's it called? Oh, the enum. This one can be dictionary. This is good flavor. I do like dictionary flavor. Clearly. And then I think we'll just steal this for loop because I don't want to write it again, clearly. Very clearly, I say clearly a lot. It's still one of my stream tags. I believe it is clearly necessary. So each enum has name and array of entries. It is almost... I don't know, it's very specific, I guess. What do we want? I'm gonna do these by name. Let's look at enum. I can spell nim without mashing all the random keys. Nim. I believe I've had a lot of coffee today. Because I have. And then we will... I think we'll make this like a list. Be like E. Attributes. I like how these are all attributes, but at the same time it's also a little bit... kind of whatever. Name. Attribute. We want a value. I don't know if we care about the summary necessarily. I do this for E in the enum. Get... oh, we're just gonna yank this. I don't feel like typing it again. It is an obnoxious capitalization. Just a little bit. And then we can print all the enum. So we love this. Yeah, now we should have error. Error. And I think all the enums are namespaced. Yeah, these are all called error. Not everything is going to have enums, but that's sort of half the point. I don't know. Do they all need enums? We are unsure. I might want to end up generating these, though. So, to have them is wise. So, does this one have any? Any event? Are we slime Saka? No, we are green Saka. Of the green Saka. I kind of think that error is probably specific to the object. A magical type, if you will. Where certain APIs can just return specific errors if you call the different things. Procedures or whatever. You know, I'm sitting here and I'm looking at this and I'm like, I don't have to make these into objects. And the objective here is to code gen them. I don't know that we need them to be condensed this way because I don't know. I'm not going to say this with certainty. But having all of the interfaces available is probably not entirely necessary. I don't know how strict they were with the ordering in this thing. In the file. It's not a thing, it's a file. There go the prisms. One thing I do know for certain, though, I want to take whatever the different... I want to take the different, like, data types, and we want to map these into, like... the different, like, C++ things. Possibly. Like, another way of doing set position here. But you can make a function that, like, makes the headers, and then it will make, like, the deserializer, and then I don't know what else. So we can, like, generate, I don't know, a function signature. Maybe. Maybe, possibly, perhaps. So we could say void. We could put the name, even though this isn't quite right. We need some sort of prefix for that. What's this? A request. Generate function signature. Get? Did I get get? I mean, get would work. I'm probably gonna type get by accident more times than generate. So yeah, now we have, I don't know, something that vaguely almost looks like it could be C with a few more tweaks, but isn't. What else do we want? We want the other paren, and then I think we might break this list out here. Well, append, no, we'll do list append. Actually, I don't know. This is, it's like I wasn't gonna do it that way, but we'll do it. We'll do it like this. I can say out 100. Yeah. You missed the raid. Very fun this was to encounter. Sort of. We get raided. This normally does not happen too often. Why does it keep trying to put the indentation out here? Is it thinking my open paren is syntax? Oh, Python. Oh, text indentation thingy. Why you be this way? I think we will do comma space join. List. It's not gonna. It's not gonna stop doing that, is it? Yeah. Sometimes I hate auto indenters. Maybe I should just figure out how to turn it off, leave it off, keep it off. Parens are tasty. But if your paren is inside of a string, indentation should not represent a string. It should not recognize the data in the string as syntax that we are indenting on. This is not how this works. And I want for in self args. We do a little bit of list comprehension here. And then we want, what is it? The element name, the element type, and then we need like a space in between there. Like it's not. Did I forget something here? So we don't want this. I feel like we've forgotten something here. Something important. Something significant. Unexpected indent. Yes, no kidding, unexpected indents. Yeah. Because it doesn't indent there. I forgot to put this in the list. We need to do that. Stop it. It doesn't go over there. I mean, it almost looks C-like now. A little bit. Oops. Well, oops. Like what? We got uint, serial, object, surface, hotspot. I just have to make sure all the types line up. Damage. That's a lot of damage. Yeah. And then we need serializers and deserializers for these. But mostly just deserializers right now. Not my snack occasionally. And then what we could put is like the namespace prefix thing. Just put that in there. Yeah, yeah. And we feed it empty string, we should have the appropriate signature for it. Because I can also reuse this for, what's it called? Both the declarations and the definitions. So we also want to get function, what's it called? Case. So this one we need the opcode number. This one is a little bit more complicated. Where are we at? We need this. This is the objective. A wild and crazy year on so many levels. Very truly. Very extremely truly. Let's see here. Out. Start with the first part here. We got case. We have the opcode, stringified, of course. We got this thingy. Hey, these are requests. We don't have case for a request. These are for... This is for later. This is for... what do you call that? Events. Although I think there's some similarity with requests as well. Yeah, but requests are different. Requests are... These are function calls of a different flavor. So these have... Well, they do have the opcode. This is maybe the case. Let's go back to main and find one of these. I have some examples somewhere. A registry binds. Yeah, let's take this as my example. So we would have some sort of structure. Like the struct name, the function name, the message. I don't like how it does that all the time. Very yeah. Okay, no, okay. And then we have each arguments. Arguments come in a great many flavors. Like, we should have the same sort of, like, message thing in the function call. Because we are sending these. It is possible to, like, include the message as, like, something we build into the API calls. Instead of having to specify it, we could have an internal message buffer and it would probably work. A room for future improvement, I guess. Wait, that needs to be part of that argument list. And you will go start doing that in here. The Meisaka, hello and welcome to Panka time. Again. Maybe I'll smear this over a few lines. Is it hideous? Yes. Can I do it anyway? Also, yes. Does it make it more readable? Probably not. Wait. Ow. Ow. E. I'm gonna do self get function signature. And then we'll do name, structure name. Make our side projects as ugly and as hideous as we want. I mean, kinda, yeah. Of course, it's code gen, and nobody says code gen has to look nice. I'd be very impressed if code gen was remotely nice looking. want to do function signature, and then I want to do function call. And then we kind of need the opcode number. We did not do the opcode number. Basically, we just take this and we increment it at the end. This is how the protocol numbers them. That's what we do here. We get function signature, and we want opening bracket, which, how much you bet Python's gonna be like, you, or whatever this thing is, this indentation thing. I don't like NeoVim's indentation. I don't know if this is something I installed or if it's a default setting, but it has not been good to me. Yeah, it's going crazy. Yeah, that's great. Uh-huh. Yep. Alright, so what is this? We have the ID, which is object ID, I think according to my a new-ish data model. Where'd you go? Yeah, object ID. And then this is the opcode. Indent expression. Can we like turn this off? I don't think that worked. And that did not work. Are you empty? Okay. Yeah, we might have to like mess with the config to get rid of that. That is annoying as hell. Hello again. Colonoscopy. Welcome back. I assume that this will work properly from now on. We stay at the given level. So we go back. Okay. Ay. Ay, 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 ay. I can get wanting to like make custom, or what's it called, auto indenters, but they don't work good. Meta programming, this is very much indeed meta programming. Sometimes you just gotta write programs that make other programs. That is the way of it. Let's see, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I was trying to insert things, yeah. What is this? Wayland header. New line. And then, let's see here. If we have an ID that we need to make, this will get... This will end up in the function signature. Which means that the function signature will probably need to be aware of whether or not it has what's it called? A new ID type. So for each one, we want to like take it and then we want to serialize it. And the basic structure of the serialization is... it's called message insert. And then we have like whatever the data type is. Hello again to Cool Coding Cat. Always going in and out, we see. Apply. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. That is dependent on like average viewer count over a very long period of time. Which is like not something that I am known for. I think the threshold is like 75 average viewers over, what was that? I think it was like a month or a week. I don't remember. Some number of streams. So I don't really think that's gonna happen. Unless everyone here wants to come back and watch me every single day, which is fine, but like I don't stream at consistent enough start times, I think, for this to make sense. I don't know. Maybe I changed my mind. I don't know. You throwing polls in here? Well, you might answer. Cake is delicious. It's not cake though. It's a donut that I'm eating. But still, we're not gonna argue that cake is delicious. The poll, Alvatore. I set up the poll because this is a thing that we allow. Being helpful for me. Doing the meme. We're doing the good memes today. What is the data type? I don't know. We might put the data type in here. And then we'd be like arguments. See, we could do this with format arguments, and this would probably work. And just change your vote. Can you? Wait, it's not this. These are arguments on the function. Thus need to be on the function. And then we want to return send message. I should just like join these line. No, wait, that wouldn't work. Oh, that wouldn't work. I was gonna be clever for a second, then I was like, that's not gonna work. Apply for partner, like. So Twitch has this thing, which is like tiers of channel, where you can have like a regular channel, or you can have an affiliate channel, or you can have a partner channel. And I forget what the difference between like the partner channels and the affiliate channels are, like benefit wise from Twitch. Am I eligible? No. I know that I am not probably. I know that I am very much definitely not eligible. There's a very, very, very specific requirement for this. Where was the information about this? There's very specific information about this. It's on the dashboard. If it was on the dashboard. Or it was on statistics or something. It's like an average of 75 or something over a month. In terms of like average viewers, and my streams, they don't reach this. Last I checked on this, the average was like 35 or something. I don't even know how that happened, but okay. But that is still very much not far enough. And on top of that, it has to be consistent. And if there's one thing I am not, it would be consistent. If there's one thing I am aware of, it's that viewership is also not very consistent. We do not advertise myself. This is not something that I actively pursue. At the same time, I don't know if this would actually help. I don't know if I care enough to actually try to do this. Clearly we are something else. What do you not like about this? Inconsistent use of... How the hell did you do that? Ay, ay, ay. Alright, so we have destroy registry. Destroy... Wayland destroy registry. Wait, that's the wrong thing. This needs to be the structure name. I don't think we have the structure name, do we? Probably not. This is not C++. This is the other thing. Yeah, struct name can be Wayland self dot name, not self, because we're not in a context here. Request dot name. Isn't this supposed to have like a... Oh wait, that's in there. Never mind. In here, in the function signature function, generator function, name function, something else function, we can do if prereqs prefix. If prefix is not empty, one of these namespacey separator things. Thank you, please. Yeah. Did we not save this? Get function call. Probably forgot something here. It's not supposed to be destroy registry, destroy registry. That is not the case. We don't want that there. It's supposed to have this value right here. The WL fixes or whatever the interface name is. Yeah, that thing. So it's not request, it's interface. I didn't make an object for the interface. This is just not a thing that we did here. Yeah. We want this to go up here. Interface name. That might work out better. We can call destroy registry. Yikes. Which takes object registry, whatever object is. And we insert thing, and then we return a send message. I mean, it's sort of almost. Not quite. He has the basic structure down, but like not quite. And then like this one, destroy. We just send destroy. Such destruction. That was not my intention. So Wayland has like a lot of different, well, not a lot, but it has a bunch of different like object types. And the object types are these are things that we have to translate a little bit. So like in here we just kind of put the object type in the thing because the other thing, but that's not how this works. Well, that's not how this works. Some of the types are like composites. So in Wayland there's like a bunch of different types. There is the int. There is the uint. There are fixed values, which are kind of like floating point, but not floating. It's fixed point. There are strings. There are object, which are like references. Entering the sleep pod, enjoy sleep pod. Enjoy capsule, time traveling sleep capsule. So these are the different data types. These are the different Wayland types. And with each one of these, going back to the past, nobody ever said that going back to the past was an option. We could put, I'll put like a function names in here. So we could do convert int. Be like, what's it called? Maybe that tuple. I need that tuple, which I will call, I don't know, type info. Yeah. So we can just grab, I don't remember what order is in. Item 1. That's nice and boring. Convert int. A very convert int. This is not going to actually work out the way I want it to. I'm gonna have to rethink this. We are going to have to rethink this. I didn't give it a whole lot of thought to begin with, but we're going to have to rethink it because it works one way for the function signature, and then it works a whole different way when you're actually trying to serialize these things. Like file descriptors, these have a data type when you put them on the function signature. But when you send them over the wire, it's not something you send inline. It's something you have to change the function calls around to send over the what's it called? I don't know what it's called. The socket, the Unix socket. Same thing with like new ID and like object. So I might make these like simple stringy types and then special case some of them. Like this one, that's uint32. This one is like, where's that stupid symbol? uint32 reference. File descriptor is just int, not inint. String, we have been using what was it? Something like string view. It was either a string view or like a constant string view reference or something. Or did I put you? Constant string view reference. Now we got myriad raid. Hello, and again, welcome. We're getting swarmed. We're getting swarmed again. Get swarmed by a myriad of viewers? Get myriad by a swarm of viewers? Get viewed by a swarm of myriad? One of those things. I'm sure we'll, if I keep guessing, I'll get it right. What might you have been up to today? Was it software? Was it games? I don't know if I was lurking yet. I've been like locked in a bit. Get myriaded by a view of swarmers. Gasp. Coding so much. You needed break from this, so we play some game. This is a helpful thing. In my case, it's almost the opposite. I was playing a bunch of games, and I needed to take a break to do coding. It's too much game. Yeah. Never thought I would reach too much game, but I did. But as with all things in life, balance is everything. I hope it was a good fun time. The project. Today's project, as always, one of my random activities. This one is the C++ 3D engine thing, which we have been porting a little bit to Linux. And we've been doing like super low level Wayland stuff. Like putting the packets together and sending them over the IPC, and it's been so far so good. Kind of working. So the topic of today has been like how to do code generation from the protocol file. And this has been going decently. Like we've put together what look kind of like C++ functions so far. I might want to throw in some indentations so they're a little more, I guess you might say, readable, although I don't know if that's truly ever the case with code generation. Is that 1, 2, 3, 4? We'll put 4 spaces before all of these. Oops. It'd help if I fixed or finished my lines. That's this constant string view. Array, I don't remember what I wanted to do for array. Let's make that blank. So this is Python script that generates C++ code from XML inputs. Fun. And you can sort of see how it vaguely works. We want to generate function prototypes, and then we also want to generate function definitions. But also we have like different data types for all the different arguments. And these have like a Wayland definition, and they also have like a native programming definition. So I need to translate the Wayland specification type into like an actual concrete type that we will put into the function signature. So we can call the functions. In the way that they want to be called. Let's see, let's get arguments for signature. And the way that it wants to be called. Imagine Meisaka respecting functionals pronouns. Couldn't be Meisaka? Surely not. Alas, I am not that good at this. Do not call me Shirley or Alice. something along this line. What do I need here? I need the data type from the arguments, and then we would need to run it through Wayland types. And we want to get one of these out of here. Yeah. Yeah. And then we want to return whatever we have found. Get argument for signature. Yeah. Error, unsupported, and we have none type and string. What are we doing here? The wrong thing, I'm sure. I think we're not taking into account enum. Object string unit ID string ID int. Type unit. No, those have a type. So that's not it. I think I don't know. We typed something wrong. We do object? I have no idea. If it's none, just return, I don't know, our argument lists. Oh, wait. I know what it is. We're not supposed to grab this item. We're supposed to give it everything so it can figure it out itself. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Maybe, sort of. I don't know if we want to do this with objects. Very M. Like, where is this specific one? As an example, destroy registry. This takes type object with an interface of registry. So, like, if we have an interface, then, like, we want to grab a reference to the object. Argument type 1 is object. We have two different kind of options. We have cool coding cat again, hello. And we have object, generic object. What happened with the poll? The conclusion was, I believe it was yes, although this is sort of like the memeiest answer ever. I believe I would call this a meme. Very much so. What do I want here? I want a data type of the thing? Where is the thing? Interface name. Yeah. Wayland interface. The reason I consider it a meme is because I can't do that. It's not an option for me. I just E. Just a little bit too much E. I also want to get arguments for function. Let's see here. What's it called? What's it called for packet? Yeah, we'll do that. And then if we have object, this would be uint 32. This is the flavor of it. I don't know, maybe this should just be a giant, like, else if chain. This is plausible. What else we do? Sixth. It's all uint 32. Always has been. Yeah. If they're all uint 32, we can just stack them. Except for string. String is a very special case. I think a lot of these are special case. Object, new ID, fixed. These are all uint. This one is self get. I've already forgotten what it's called. Arg for packet. Get rid of that. Okay, okay. So now we can get like constant, like an object reference in the function signature, and then when we stick it in the packet, it will be a thing that we reference in a way. Yeah, yeah. I might split this up here. Over a few lines. Because if it's like an object, then we also want to stick in the like object ID reference. So if this is object, for example, we want to do append. Let's see, what is it? Dot object ID. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Very yeah, yeah. A really crazy one would be file descriptors. Which I think we're going to do as a list. We have file descriptors in the argument list. We want to skip these, but we want to add them to a special list, and then we want to change the final call accordingly. As we have file descriptor, we will, I don't know, append argument 1, no, 0. Append argument 0. Continue. And then if we have file descriptors, we want to return send fd instead. And I also do I assume that there's only going to be one, so I'm going to like debug print this for a second. I would be very vaguely concerned if there were like a ton of file descriptors or something. We want surface parent. Pretty convenient, isn't it? That's the one thing that could make it more convenient would be if we pre-processed the message length. But I don't always know the message length ahead of time. Especially if we have strings. Let's find one of those int types. No, FD. Here's FD. Data offer. Use this one, receive. We hydrate. Hydrate, receive. It's just FD. This is supposed to get looked up or something. Or are we like way too far up here? Maybe like way far up there. Back down. One of these runs. Int. FD. Send FD. Yeah, okay, I think this is work. The purpose of generating the code from the XML. So the XML is like the official Wayland protocol specification. And it is kind of a long file. And I don't want to manually type these out because there's already XML that's for this exact purpose. So I want to make a bunch of function signatures that will like serialize the different like Wayland calls and then send them over the cat, please. Oh, yeah. It will send the different like Wayland commands over the Wayland socket. So it's kind of like we have a very low level abstraction. And then I want to build a higher level abstraction on top of that. And then I want to make a higher level abstraction on top of that. And then we can just like call some function that's like make me a window and it will magically happen. And the application can tell the compositor to make a window and it will just do a bunch of things and then window will appear. But because there are so many things and so many functions that I have to call... Can you please stop being so loud, music? Because there are so many functions to call, and I don't want to write them all out manually. I'll make the program do it. Make it spit out all of the interfaces in a way that, like, is vaguely compatible with, like, my I don't know, my framework, my conventions. I'm gonna call it conventions. I have some unusual code conventions sometime. This could be a little bit better, maybe. A Wayland. Yeah, I've seen this before. It's got lots of goodies in it. Oh, for real? For real? The one that I'm using, though, is like hella boring. It's like the ultra bright white mode. Here's your protocol specification. Yep, That is what I have open on the other screen. Then I flip between that and Twitch occasionally, because I don't know, I have like a dozen copies of Twitch all over the place. But this, I have seen this website before. It's pretty good. Can highly recommend. It does things. Tells you all the stuff in the XML. Don't know if they give you like the opcodes or something, because that's sort of a low-level nonsense that the code gen is normally for. But yeah, this is the kind of thing that you'd get from parsing the XML and then like turning it into something else. You get like an array of stuff, maybe. We're falling, not the sleep. Or maybe yes, the sleep. Enjoy the sleep. Or you could do one better. You could take Meisaka with you to lull you to sleep. This is a thing that has happened before. For real, for real. I'm also like not checking these for like, what's it called? Type overlaps or whatever. Let's go back to main for a second. There is insert string. We need to do this if we encounter string types. If we encounter string, then oops, we don't want insert, we want to call insert string. Insert string to message very I do want one of these. Let's see, what else do we need to put in here? We need to put the object, or no, the arguments the argument name. This seems like it would be something that's like a simple concatenation. Like argument 0. Maybe? Maybe like so? I think that's it. Strings are kind of easy mode. Kind of, sort of. No guarantee on that, but like, kind of, sort of. The more tricky one would be if we have new ID. This new ID. This has got like 2 different parts to it. We want to like declare the ID itself, and then we want to like increment it or whatever. Where is new ID? We did this a few times. Let's see, client, next ID. This might just be a bunch of static lines now that I think about it. Love that message. Insert. New ID. Maybe a new ID. And then we want the, what's it called? The argument gets the ID assigned to it. If I can remember how to syntax correctly. And I'm assuming, maybe wrongly so, that there can only ever be one. There can only be one. You know what they say about assumptions. Or maybe you don't, I don't know. What is this? ID. New ID. Surface, parent, something or other. Destroy. Destroy. So much destruction. Computers are all about destruction, apparently. hot spot, serial, something, something, surface, something, something, surface, destroy. Or is that thing at the evil Meisaka voice be like,
Destroy.
that is like way too, I don't know, over the top. I need a hotkey for that thing. Every so often we just need to go like full evil Meisaka. Or maybe we don't. I don't know. Maybe we don't. Let's see, do we have insert string in here? Oh look, they put an underscore after the name. Almost like they know. It's almost as if they know. Yeah. Also, random encounter of send FD. Which I think we'll just grab item 0. I think this is probably fine. Yeah, that's fine. It is fine. I'm gonna tell myself that it is fine. We need new ID has also a bunch of special annoying semantics if you don't have an interface. If the protocol doesn't specify the interface, that goes in the function signature, and then you have to like put that yourself. Which is the other reason why I wanted to do code gen for this, because if I forget, everything breaks. Which is not what I want. Very much not what we want. So this is kind of the way it looks. We have an ID, we have an interface name. I don't think name ID is part of the other thing. I think that's an actual argument. Have good night. Thank you for chatting, lurking around with me. Much appreciate. Do this, that, and the other thing. Insert. So we want to put string arguments, and we have to put a version if we encounter one of these. Bounded object ID. American name. A very name. So many name. So many name. So let's see, this would be in arguments here. If we have new ID, we have one of two options. We have interface empty, or we can have interface not empty. All these continue anyway. Why am I even? Why am I even doing it that way? Do else. And we don't need to put continue everywhere. Then we could smush these. I don't want to smush those. If we smush those, it will not look very good. So, new ID without an interface is kind of just the extra steps. It's, version. And we also want to do insert string. Interface name. I'll be verbose. Extra verbose. Too verbose. You know, this could actually do a whole other thing. We could make it return an object. And the object has the interface. The interface type. And no, wait, that would be difficult. I kind of almost need to do this anyway, but that would be difficult. We might have to special case registry bind in some other way. Very eek. We have arguments. Arguments should maybe get a little bit more logic to them. Or maybe a lot a bit more logic to them. I don't know. I don't know. Ever. And let's grab these. And I can do append. And then we can special case stuff in here if we need be. Which we definitely need be. Because if the argument type 1 is new ID and we have no interface, we need to put the interface name and we need to put the interface version into the argument list. So these are what's it called? Constant string view interface name. Uint interface version. Actually put these in here. Although honestly, I don't know that they should go in the argument list. But we'll put them there anyway for now, and then I'll figure something better out later, I guess. Yeah, I'm sure. Sure, sooner or later. Here's interface name. Are you in here? If I could type correctly. So yeah, we have registry binds. Name, interface version, ID. Which is very much kind of very close to what I have right now. Just structured a little better maybe. I suppose if I wanted to, I could put an assignment in a single line so we don't have to make this intermediate variable. I don't think I'm gonna do that though. That might be going a bit far. Yeah, I think registry bind is the only one that does this. At least in the base protocol. If an extension does it, I don't know what to think of that. It'd be like, I don't even know. In theory, I could also have it emit debug messages. I were so inclined. Then there were the enums. Not the enums. Too many enums. I'm assuming there's not like any weird data types in the enums or weird names. But there's a possibility that I want to put like a prefix on them. This would probably be beneficial. Probably. And by probably, I mean definitely. Definitely. It's a definite maybe. Do I have all the types? We don't have array. Did I do array? I don't know if array or fixed even shows up in the base specification object. A very object. Where is place above? Surface. Yeah. I am gonna have to figure out what I want to do with array though. Array is a little bit of a weird type. What is this? 32-bit array size in bytes followed by contents verbatim? I'm guessing this is like more like a raw byte buffer, kind of like a string. A bit of a data type. I don't know if I'm like super familiar with encountering. So it's almost like a string, but without a terminator. I mean, this is like wire protocol stuff, so like it's just like it has to be serialized. The description of it, though, makes it sound like a string without a terminator. And it also doesn't need like textual semantics. But it has like the same sort of behavior if you don't consider the whole null terminator thing. Which is fine. I don't want to have to stick a null terminator on everything anyway. We don't need your silly null terminator. So the protocol definition of array is just a big array of bytes with some alignment padding on the ends. Very simple, or I should say relatively simple. And then we have the other weird type in here is fixed. This doesn't show up in the like base protocol, I don't think, but it is in the specification as something that is listed to be used for a data type format. I don't know if anything uses it or not. But we're probably going to eventually run into fixed, and we are probably going to eventually run into array, and we will have to deal with them when we encounter them. This seems likely. Highly likely. Yeah. See, what else do I need to put in here? Probably something to deal with, like, the registry bind function. I don't know what I would do with that, though. We're not entirely sure. I do think that we need the actual interface structures to hold all of the function dispatch stuff. We gotta do the event types. Which means we need a class here for, is it Wayland's API event? Wayland API event. And I'm also going to delete this. I think we've figured that one out. So as far as I know, events are very incredibly similar to requests. They just go the other way. So you have to deserialize arguments and then call the associated functions. Which is not too terribly difficult. I would think. But it does mean going the other way. Back to protocol. Here is event. These might work the same way as the request. Same sort of type hint, I think. The one key difference would be I don't think we have new ID in an event. I'd be very extremely surprised if this were the case. Because the client drives the new IDs, the server does not. How are we doing on time? We're up at 7. This is sort of like an okay level. An okay amount? Perhaps. Might just take these. These even use self. No. No, they do not. So we're gonna make them not. I'm gonna take them out of here. Get rid of self. Dot. This sort of thing. We don't need that there. Nope. That's better because this is going to be common to both of them. And then events are going to have a function. See, what are they going to have? They're going to have a function signature. There's going to be a function call. And then there's going to be like a case statement thing. Although, I don't know. We could probably bake the call thing into the case for events. Yes, I think we'll do that instead. So we'll have get function signature for API event. And we will have get function case. It's going to be like this silly flavor. Something like this. What do we need in here? We need the opcode. Opcode. We could put the comment. I could bake the comments into the code generation because there is like summary lines. I'm guessing that's what those are for. This needs new line. And then need the end of the case statement. Also need the what's it called? We need some of that what's it called? Some of that space. A break. This thing. I don't know if there's anything at the end of the break statements, so we'll put like. Wait, there's more. Be more cases. Probably. Let's put that in there. We'll save it for later. And then we need to go through the different arguments. Like we did before. We have to go the other way. So if the type here is like a string, we want to do whatever the heck it was. Insert, we want to do fetch. Some of these options are very vaguely symmetrical. But I have to get them the right way around. So where was fetch string? Yeah, we didn't even like do this a whole lot. Yeah, that was the other thing. We do this from way event. And then we put the argument that we're fetching into at the beginning. Auto. Gotta have that auto. And then for the strings, we want to do mark end, I think. This is kind of important. Else if we have I don't know, object? Raise, I don't know, error. We'll just raise hell. A new ID. It's a bit of a nope. Let's see, what other weird types do I not want to deal with yet? File descriptor? I don't know why the server would send me a file descriptor. But it could. That's mostly array. Or most of the options here. And then otherwise we're gonna do the, I guess you could call it a vaguely easy case. Where's argument 0 not in there? Should do that. I should do that. Put that one in there. What do we have? Way, events. Auto. Put the arguments. Equals the fetch. Get arguments. A bit of a not great name, but it's sort of maybe works a little bit. I think this needs more spaces. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, 5, 4. 4. And then we need to make some of these things. Interface. Just gonna copy paste. We're gonna copy paste. Wayland API event. Why is that not working? I mashed the underscore key and then nothing comes out. I'm like, did I press that key? I'm pretty sure we bottomed out the key and it didn't do anything. And I'm wondering if there's something wrong with that key. Or if there's something else weird that I'm wishing by accident. I would hope not, but this is a possibility. Gonna get all of the, what's it called? It's not request, this is event. I'm gonna make sure we keep it the right way around. Or else. Or else, we want to do event, get a function signature. I'm gonna do event. Did it again. Get function call. Struct name. Event ID. Event ID. A very event ID. It's not called function call, it's called case, I think. Yeah. 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 This takes 2 arguments, but 3 were given. How do we give it struct name? Like, it wouldn't hurt to give it struct name. I don't think we need that. I'll put it there in case. I mean, OS error, no, it's kind of mean. Maybe exception. Can we do that? Wayland interface object ID. Error. Object. Well, I guess this sort of worked, but we have to deal with function or object. We have to deal with object ID. And not the object ID. We could do... We'll just make it like a uint32 for the moment. Like, I don't know if there's any more of those. What is this one? File descriptor? In an event? Interesting. What is this? Data source? Data source. Event. FD. Scripter for the data. Request for data from the client. Send the data as the specified MIME type over a past file descriptor. And then close it. Or else. Hello, hello to F Mega. And again, welcome, welcome. We do get these in here as a type that shows up in the list. Yum. We will continue. Well, on file descriptor continue. I don't know about that. New ID. Event new ID. New ID. Data offer event introduces a new object. Which will be subsequently used in either data device enter or the data device selection event. What am I supposed to do with that? What am I supposed to do with that? Oh, there's a fixed type in here. E. Surface local. X coordinate, surface local, Y coordinate. Okay. Okay. Sure. Sure. Fine. Yeah. What are you? Array? The keys that are currently logically down. Yeah. We will take basically the logic for fetch string and change this to like fetch array. It will probably work the same way. Same flavor of API. So now we should be able to generate event snippets. I don't know if we have this. Do we? No, we didn't do join. We have to actually return the event snippet. Yeah, it should be something like case, factor, fetch. We fetch a value. And then after we do argument fetches, we want to put all of these into like a function call. Fetch string doesn't have enough indentation. Go figure. So when I do the call args, put whatever variable we introduce in here. It's probably going to be the same for all of these until we figure it out. No, that one can have an argument. That one can have an argument. This is a must. An absolute requirement. Hello and welcome. Lucas TA. We want out. At the end here, we want to call the function. The function in question, the event function. What was this called? You know what we could do? We could just make indentation. Ind. But like all these spaces. I want to type that, I'm sure not. Probably not. I don't know about that, but you can't be scratching around in the box. Cat was definitely in the box doing something. Let's see, this actually goes out of level. Arguments, kind of like the E. What do we have in here? We have probably a list of things, as all good things are. Let's have an indentation. Probably have a this call. We will have whatever the name of the call is. An opening paren. All the argument list. The closing paren. Nice extra juicy new line. Code gen be like, oh, you wanted to call the function you were writing? Description, description. Description, 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 description. Where'd my opening paren go? It ran away from me because, comma. Now we have description. Mode. Geometry. Orientation, shape, cancel, frame, motion, up, down, release, info, repeat info, modifiers, key, leave, enter, key map. I might want a prefix on all of the like events. Be like event this thing, event that thing, so they don't overlap with like procedure calls. But I don't think this is necessary. I think it's fine if they don't. So what do we have here for index? Index surface ID. The keys doesn't even have a type. Oh, lovely. So lovely. We will need to give it one. Access value 120. What is this? Discrete high resolution scroll. The value 120 must not be 0. The fact that they put that in the name of the events is kind of like... Okay. Okay, how did we get here? I don't even know. I don't even know. I don't even know. I could probably inline a bunch of these functions. Now that I think about it, there's nothing particularly special about them other than the fact that I might not want to inline them for the purposes of like not making the link files huge. I don't know. We don't know. What I do know, though, is that the snippets look generally correct. So, assuming we didn't, like, mess this up some way, should be fine. Why does motion not have data type here? What is this all about? Fixed? Is it because it's fixed? Yeah, that's probably the case. This will be... I don't know. One fixed. Or, I don't know, the fixed type. I'll make up some random type def for it. It'll probably be fine. I might have to tweak that a little bit. Where is fixed? We will wrap this, I guess. Wave fixed type. A very fixed type. Because that's a thing. That will need to exist. I don't know what I'm gonna do about object IDs and looking up the different object IDs. This is like... shall we say, difficulty. Where is pointer? Somewhere we have enter. The surface gaining keyboard focus means that I would have to look for a given object in the list of objects and then return reference. I have to return the reference to it. This is not difficult, but for the generation here, this is like something that is of importance. Because we have to make sure it is the right surface or the right kind of interface. We have to like look it up in the list of objects. I might consider doing this next stream, I think. Because there is quite a bit that will go into these calls. Wait, I just noticed the events take a parameter. The message parameter. The events don't do that. The function calls do. This one does not. So we're going to get rid of that parameter. The nature of the mystery of the Meisaka. I don't know if anyone has ever realized the mystery of the nature of the Meisaka, or the other way around. Maybe it will stay a mystery. Maybe it won't. Who knows? At this point, who even could tell? Will we ever know? Is it possible? I don't know. I just gotta keep on yawning, I guess. Until we find out. Rain, cancel. Ooh, what is this? Something else. Output. We can release output. Or we can get geometry. And or mode. Done. Scale. What does output do? Output corresponds to a rectangular area in that space that is actually visible. This event is sent when binding the output object. And whenever any of the properties change. Lovely. Clients should use a Surface preferred buffer transform instead of the transform advertised by this event. To find the preferred buffer transform to use for a surface. Output only advertises partial information about the output position and identification, because some compositors, they don't, especially those not implementing desktop output style layout something or other, might fake all of the information. Who knew? Jam on toast. Yummy. We like jam on toast. But which end of the toast did you put the jam on? Did you put it on the big end of the toast or the little end of the toast? No one will ever know. Am I reading this in this tiny little window? I could make this smaller. And then we have more window. I'm not going to use output object anymore. Interesting, interesting. We only eat the little endian toast. Clearly. Which end is the little endian toast? Or gasp. Yeah. I think if I want to do object references, though, in here, I think we would want to make... I think the data model has to be a little bit more concrete. We are going to need to do the thing. Well, not the thing. Anything but the thing. I'm probably gonna have to go back to main and figure out how to make these interfaces a little bit more, shall we say, specific? Because an interface is gonna need like an interface, like some sort of ID. We're gonna need some sort of unique ID for each interface, and these are gonna be something that we'd want to check. Something that we would want to check. I might be able to get away with using like the type IDs. I don't usually like using the runtime type IDs, but we could do this. It might be like a static type ID that I could use. I don't know. I don't usually mess with that stuff. see. I want something, something, something. Language support. Rings meta. What was this thing called? I never remember what this was called. Type info. This is, I think, what we want. Basic types. Diffs, pointers, offsets, this sort of thing. Contain type info. Very type info. It is all build time stuff though, so it's like whatever it happens to be. It's the Billy Bob buttery biscuit. Just rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? Hello and welcome again. Very thing. Let's see. Yeah, I think we want to put prefix on all of my events. That's how my example went. So where is event? Very event. Is this an event? Event. Yeah, and then we will try this. Kinda works, I guess. It's a little bit more verbose, but this is, I don't know. I think this is fine in my opinion. Yeah, that might work. This might in fact work. No ways. No ways? Maybe not enough ways? Never enough ways? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Twitch, why you be like this? Twitch, why you be like this? Very E. Like, what the hell did I click on? Noise. That is what I clicked on. How we manage this? I don't know. But we did. So there. Very eek. Yeah. So, I think this will actually maybe kind of almost work. Almost. We have to put it all together into something that's like, shall we say, cohesive? How hard could that be? I say. Knowing how hard that could possibly be. Possibly. So. Let's see here. With each interface, I think we might put these. We'll put these in some sort of object. What we need here? We need name. Very extremely obvious. That we might need name. Maybe it's not obvious. We can have requests, and we can have events. Oops. Requests, events, so at the end here we can make the interface into one of these objects. Interface object. A very, I don't know, it's so verbose though. E. Do like Wayland API interface? Or did I just call it interface? Probably just interface, because application programming interface would be kind of, you know, a little bit redundant. As much as I love redundant, we didn't put version. We need to put version. Maybe I'll also make these look pretty. This one time. There's no going back down here, though. We didn't... I've been just all over the place in this file, aren't we? All over the place within the file, doing the things as usual. So we want version. We want all the... We got all them requests? How about all the requests? Not them requests. Them. It's so ergonomic to... Not non-ergonomic to type. All of the events. All of them? All of them. And then we will make the interface list. Last list. Interf list. Intent interface. What the hell do I do? How do I keep doing that? How do I keep managing to do this? Type too fast sometimes. E. And then we want to go through interface in the list sort of after the fact, and then we want to go and run it through each individual what's it called? Each individual item. All the item. Let's steal a wrapper line because I don't feel like typing those a ton. So that interface. Do I keep doing that? Interface. And then maybe we will put... I don't know. I don't even know. I don't even know anymore. Let's I don't know, print in this. And then we will maybe go through each function. Interface events. We will grab signature of all of the events. request in the interface. Request. We'll grab all the function signatures in the requests. Interface name, we want to turn that into a structure name. Or do we want to do that part 2 here? So I want to iterate through this twice. Once to generate function signatures, and then again to generate like function like definitions and stuff. Which means making the structure name, making like request IDs. Incrementing the IDs. I'm sure there's a better way of doing that, but I can't think of it right now. I'm sure I will, like, remember it at some point. Yeah, if we do it this way, defer all of the printing of all of the things until the end. And we also don't have enum. We have to do enum at some point. All the events is not defined. Did you mean all the enum? Don't think we did. We didn't make this. I was gonna make like all the events append this event. Now, what we should have here, big giant array of like function calls. I forgot this one. I forgot what this one was. It was... This one was supposed to be the case. We got structure name, away event ID. Should be a bunch of like case. Which case looking things here? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. And then up here should be a bunch of like declaration looking things. So if we take all of this stuff, put a little bit of, put a few wrappers around this, I think it will be a functional, usable source file. Almost, apart from the fact that I didn't finish the lookup thing. But I think we will do that on the next stream. I think for now I will be like, I think we will like wrap up or something. End soon, as some might say. Dot dot dot. As for when the next stream will probably be, I could never say because I am oh so forgetful. But I can almost certainly guarantee one thing. It's not going to be a multiple of days that exceeds however many it was before. Ay, ay, ay. Probably within the next day or two. A little bit, something like this. And maybe we find a channel to raid here. Yeah, it couldn't be like a very maybe done. I don't know. We don't know. Maybe there's something interesting. Maybe there's something interesting. Meeny, meeny, miny. So many choices if I choose to. Yeah, yeah. Whilst I decide on if and where, I would say thank you all very much for like, I don't know, sticking around and watching, lurking a little bit. I don't know how many people fell asleep during the raid or not, but certainly some number. As always, do take care of maybe visit me again next time, who knows. Maybe we go. What's up going here? What is going on over here? Well, that was kind of neat. Maybe. 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 Yeah. Maybe not. Uh, there maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. Be like. Meisaka be like. E. Meisaka be like E? You know, I think maybe today we go. We go raid Abby again. I think this is a good idea. This sounds like a plan. As always. Bye bye for now. Again, take care. I will be back again in the next day or two. I hope. I don't know. We get distracted sometimes. And then there's the whole matter of like, will my sleep schedule remain broken? The answer is maybe. We don't know though. We don't know though. Bye bye. Take care. Farewell. And all those other things that the Meisaka says at the end of streams. Yes, that's too meta maybe. Yeet? Maybe some